welcome along and welcome back to Attingham Park. Today we are heading up to field 1. I want to get everywhere limed today. If we can get the lime up and sorted on all of our fields, that would be really good. Now we know from last time that we have a lot less lime than we actually need, so I'm trying to do the fields first that really need the lime and that we're really going to have to do stuff on. So looking at this, we're going to need well, a pH increase of 1 is probably going to be a bit much for the whole field, so I'm going to take it to 0.875, get it to a good height based on that. This is actually this whole field is loam, but we are a little bit lower on this bit here than the rest of the field, so we're not going to automatically adjust for everywhere. Now before I start, we have 1,650 liters in our spreader back here, and in our yard here we've got how much in this big bag? 813 liters here, with this is the thing. I was trying to work out exactly how much lime we used, but it's a little bit difficult to calculate on the fly here. All I know is that we used 4 bags. We used 4 full bags, and the bags are 2,000 liters each, minus 813. So that takes us down to 1,187, and in the back here we have 1,650. So we used about 100, about 200 liters extra on 4 bags. So that means we used 6,200 liters roughly on that first field. Our estimate for lime for field 3 was about half that, so we're expecting to use about double the lime that we are estimated for, and this is why I went and checked how much lime or why I went and used the field calculator, so we could work roughly how much we're going to need. So we for field 1 look like we're going to need about 13,500 liters. So let's see if this holds up. Start it up. There we go, and away we go, and we'll pop out and see. Yep, we are covering the whole of width, and if this works, oh wow, that is actually well down. We want to take that to 1. That is the only way we're going to be able to do this. So a full +1 on the pH is what we're going for, and hopefully that is going to cover everything we need on here. We're going for good as opposed to perfect, because we are not doing the automatic coverage, the automatic adjustment. Now also that tells me that a single row is what we have for 1 full lot of this. So let's get another 5 bags onto our trailer and get it up here and see if that is going to work. I think we're going to be using all of our tractors today to get this job done. The first thing I'm going to do is hook up the county here to the trailer, and that way we can get this trailer loaded up with the big bags. I don't want to tow this trailer with the Ford, because, or the little Ford, because that's not really a tractor we've got on the farm to be towing stuff, and I don't think it would do very well with this trailer. So let's start this up. It takes a little while to get moving forward, or a little while to warm up. You spend a little bit of time getting into the into gear and setting everything up, you're actually fairly okay. Right, so 2, 4, 6, 8, we're going to take... Wow, we do need to take about half our remaining bags. I don't think we're going to have enough money to get or enough lime to get all of field 12 done at all. It's going to be quite a job to get all of that done. Anyway, let's get this all loaded up, and then we can get field 1 done. So this should be enough to get this field done. 6 bags plus 800 odd litres. We'll jump out of that. We will get these strapped down. There we go. Right, and I'll come back for our little Ford in a minute. We'll just get these up to the field first with the county. So up to field 1 with our little Ford 2000 and load up our 7810. Start with the small bag first. Oh, I think it's going to be a long old job doing this lime with this. Whoa, careful. Right, our tractor. We need to be a little bit careful driving onto the field like that. But yeah, it swings a bit with this. There's a fair amount of unevenness. But we need to refill several times. We're going to be basically coming back down to this corner when we've done every row on here and refilling. Hopefully that's not going to be too many rows, but it is going to take us a while to do it. Field 12 is just going to be a monster, and I think we might have to rethink exactly how we're going to do that. For these smaller fields, it works. Maybe actually we might have enough to do 2/3 of field 12, and that's kind of what we need to do. We need to replant this field and field 3 first, I think, and then go from there. Right, that's got that done. Let's back that off, turn that off, and now we'll just turn this here, turn it on, and away we go, and hopefully get the widest coverage we can. So we've taken 4 loads so far to do well, 3 loads so far to do 3 rows, so it's not been too bad. We've got 4 bags left, which, considering we're coming up to a thinner part of the field, we should be okay. Let's just get this down and in, and if I get it slightly wrong, it doesn't quite lift the bag, especially coming at it from that angle. So let's bring this here, but dropping this tractor onto this field ends up with the tractor sort of getting a little bit in the wrong place. So best thing for me to do is actually give myself a little bit more space, I think, and we'll bring this over here. Now I'm hoping that what this means on field 12 is that we might be able to go across the field a bit, do the top third of, or the top 2/3 of the field with what we've got, and then be able to go back and grab a little bit more lime later and do both the bottom third of field 12 and field 6 as well. Actually, we're going to leave this here turned on with our bag nice and high. It will make it easier when we come back because all of the next one will fit under that. And yeah, you can see now we come up here, we can line ourselves up, start it off, and while I've missed a small bit there, it does tell me that I've got a little bit of overlap, so it can move a little bit further out, and then we just gun it down the field. We are slightly shy of what we need to do, but we are trying to conserve the lime a little bit, and as long as we get, as I said, a good coverage across this field, we will be okay. And yeah, it comes up and gets us all but that bit of headland there. So the next thing I'm going to do is come up here and get the headland. Now I think we have a look at this. No, we can't control the width of this, so I'm going to be a little bit more careful doing that next bit. But yeah, it's going fairly well. We are managing to cover this field, and I think we've brought enough lime up here for it. Now, one thing I think I probably need to cover is the pig food. Now, somebody mentioned that the pig food is going to cost us a fortune the way we're doing it, and in fact they are very, very right. Looking at where my mistake has been, I think what I needed to do was actually go and well, I needed to go and spend most of the money that we made last year on pig food. Because although our calculations showed that it was cheaper to buy pig food than use the crops we had, the trouble with that was that it was only marginally cheaper. So we would have needed to have spent a lot of what we made on pig food. That is a problem. If we're having to take everything that we earn every year and buy pig food with it, we are never going to make money from the pigs. So I've devised a plan. What we're going to do when we get a bit of money in, we're going to have to probably do a couple of contracts and things. But we're going to build a pig production facility, or a pig food production facility. And, wow, that's already emptied. And we are going to go and build a garden as well. And the sole purpose of the garden will be to take money that we make off our crops, buy fertilizer and seeds with it, and then produce stuff from the garden to feed the pigs. And then we'll put that into the pig food factory and produce pig food out of it. It's 2,000 for the garden, 20,000 for the factory, and then on top of that, just any fertilizer or feed we need to keep the garden going. I think that that is going to be the best way to do it. We can do the we can get manure from our pigs in order to make sure that it has fertilizer, and yeah, we will have to buy a water trailer. So I'll be looking for a water trailer mod that can cover our needs. Start it and go. There we are. Great thing about precision farming is you don't need to have an overlap or anything like that. As long as you're roughly there, you're good. And yeah, this is turning out really well, actually. Look at that. We're going to be using less lime than I estimated, which is always a good situation to be in. We've still got 2 on the trailer with a decent amount in the bag. And our spreader is still half full as well. Yeah, that is only good news. I don't think, on reflection, I like the cab we have on this tractor. There are lots of issues with it. The back window doesn't seem to go up to the edges, and in fact seems to be in 2 parts. It definitely doesn't fit at the sides or anything like that. Yeah, I think we might go and get the better cab on it. There is a second cab option for it, and I think we might go and fit that on there. Whether it costs us the £787 we have left, I don't know, but I do need, I think, to get a better one than that. The alternative, and you guys can let me know this in the comments, there was a David Brown released. A 1210, which is my favorite tractor, released via King's Mod yesterday. Let me know in the comments. Do you think I should maybe try and switch out the Ford for that? We've got a very Ford-centric farm on here, and I don't really want to break that up too much, but that little Ford there, that is not of a great quality. But then the David Brown is missing some bits as well. So, yeah, let us know in the comments. Do you think we should have that? Is this going to make it to the end of the field? Oh, not quite. Okay, so we'll take the rest of what we got in that bag. We'll finish this end of the field here up. And then I think we've got a couple of little patches we could get as well. Overall, though, I think are we getting a good on here? Oh, wow, we've got a perfect. Fantastic. We are slightly down. We put on slightly less than we needed to, but we have got a perfect on here. So I'm quite happy with that. That is a good situation to be in. So last section of the field. I just went and cleaned up the couple of little bits I had at the top of the field. And now we can come down here, and I don't want to push it too far. Let's just take that up to the edge there, and that. Whoa, turn it off. Don't want to waste any. So we'll get the bit of the field here where it's a little bit wider, and then here too. Right, and I don't want to do any more because, as you can see, we've got a couple of patches now on the field where we are a little bit high on our pH. So if we bring this in here and we go and have a look here, you can see on the edges here, our pH is running at an 8. And we want to try and avoid doing that too much. Not too bad at the edge of the field. But yeah, the rest of the field is running at a 6 and a 6.75. So I just want to have a look, actually. If we go and have a look in the middle of the field here, if this is a good, then I'm happy. Yeah, it's a good. So yeah, we've got good or perfect across the field. Very happy with that. I think we can go and load this up, and yeah, we'll take this down to field 12, and I'm going to go and load up the trailer with as much lime as we've got left, and we can see if we can get 2/3 of field 12 done. We're running to halfway through the day. That is great news, because it's going to get very close to us being ready in March to start getting our crops in, which, yeah, I'm very, very happy about. So on the way back through, I'm just going to pull into our workshop here, and we'll turn that off. And that is not what I was after. That's what I'm after. There we go. So customize this, and yeah, that is not the greatest cab. So we're gonna go all and safety cab. That is going to cost more money than we have, unfortunately. Safety cab and triangle. No, we want safety cab and guard, which is only 600. Perfect. And that looks like a much better cab on this. Can't set the number plate still, but that's fine. Yeah, let's go with that. That's going to look much better. Right, and connect that back on. Connect that back on. Yeah, look at that cab. That is much, much better on here. Start her up. Lift up the back. Lift up the front. Get her into gear. And yeah, we can go and fill up our trailer with some more bags. In fact, as I said, I think it's going to take all of them. Loading these on here, we can only really easily fit 2 more bags. Just going to push those across a little bit. And that's going to leave 3 bags in here. That definitely isn't enough to do field 6. If we don't use all of this, that would be great. And this is siltier land, so we're looking at silty clay being the next field that we do. Field 12, yeah, is almost completely. So I'm not expecting to have to raise the pH too much. So hopefully it'll use a little bit less than we used field 1. But we'll see how it goes, and we'll see how well it works. Let's bring this into here, though. And yeah, as I said, we're aiming for a good pH level across the field as opposed to a perfect. I think a perfect with the setup we've got is going to be very hard to reach. Okay. Oh, I need to lock these down before we head over. That one there, that one there, there, and there. Right, let's get these out to the field and get our little front loader tractor out there as well. And then we're all set up to cover as much of this as we can. One of the nice things about having all these bags on a trailer is that as we move further down the field, we'll be able to move the trailer with it and load up our spreader as we go. So let's take off those. Grab the back one, carefully keeping it as stable as possible. And then this round here. Yeah, I'm liking this little tractor a lot more now that I've changed that cab. That looks much stronger and much better. And there we go, all topped up. We'll put this over. Whoa, lower that down. Yeah, we don't want to raise it up until we're in position. And we'll just, yeah, raise that up there. Turn that off. Actually, no, I want to leave that on because I want the hydraulics holding it. There we go. And yeah, let's see how far across the field this goes. How much do we need to increase this? Actually, it's less. So let's look at the actual field set up across this. Looks like setting it like that will get a perfect pretty much across most of this field. Yeah, it's a little bit more, a little bit different through the middle, but is that a 5? So that is, so we've got a 6 here, a 5.7 in the middle. That means we'll get perfect in all of this area here, and then a good across the middle section here. I'm happy with that. If we can do that, that will be great. So let's see how far this goes. I think we're going to go part the way across the field, and then we should end up with a little way on the way back as well. And oh wow, the end of this field is not a flat straight line. So I've upped the amount of lime we're using slightly because we were getting a good, not perfect on this section of the field. As a result, we are now getting a perfect, which is kind of what I want across as much of the field as I can. And yeah, we are only 3 bags in at the moment, which is, again, a good coverage that we're getting. And yeah, I think we'll be in a decent place by the time we're at the end of this field. We're doing about a row and a third with each load off here, and it's 1,600 liters that we've got in the back of this each time. It is a lot of back and forth and a lot of work like that, but we are able to keep it going, and we do have enough lime to get the fields we need to get done immediately done. So I'm not too worried at the moment. I mean, our first field here is not too bad. In fact, yeah, we're almost up to the roadway already, which is really good. I mean, we've still got 8 bags left on here, so we've only used about a third of our bags. Once this one's used up, it's really nice amount to be getting through with. We don't even have 30,000 liters on this trailer, so you know, we don't have enough that's even estimated on here at the moment, or had enough that was even estimated on here at the moment. So all in all, I'm quite pleased with things. We keep working our way across this field. We might do fairly well, and with any luck, we'll come out of it the other side with a decent coverage without having to spend or borrow. Well, we can't borrow any money, but we're gonna have to do a contract or two to try and raise some extra cash, because at the moment we definitely don't have enough to get this done, and we need to get the pig food production up and running, which probably is where I should have spent the money I spent on pig food. We are managing about 1 full spreader across the field now. Yeah, 16, 15. Yeah, it's getting pretty close with every single one. And in fact, yeah, look at that. So we got so far out now that it's more than a full one across here. We're coming up to about a third of the way across though. So I'm thinking maybe this row or one more row basically marks the point at which we've got the first of the 3 fields that we want to make out of field 12, which is good news because, well, that's basically all we've got as far as lime goes. So yeah, we should be able to cover what we want for the first couple of fields here. And when I come to plant this, I think what we'll do is we'll mark out the first area to plant and then work our way back to the farm. That though should fill up a good 2/3, I think. I think this very much is going to be a multi-day job, which is not a bad thing. That's not a huge problem. I would like to have got it all done today, but yeah, it's not realistic with the equipment we're using. I am quite happy though with the equipment we're using. You know, it's not a huge chore the way we're doing this. It is just one of those things where it takes a little bit longer to do it. Well, we're using 90s equipment. It's 80s and 90s equipment. And in fact, I think that old Ford there might go back to the late 70s even. So it's all good. We are working with what we've got. And what we've got is actually fairly awesome to work with. We're further down this field than I thought. It's working out pretty well. And I'm actually quite happy. That is good progress. The sun is setting and we're doing a fairly decent job. The center of the field is slightly below. It's going to be a good, the edges and everywhere else. So majority of the field is going to be a perfect, which is, well, perfect. I'm very happy with that. And we're down to our last couple of big bags. The moon is coming up, and I think it's going to be one of those things where we're not going to get this completed this evening. We're just going to be able to get... Wow, that didn't last long on that row. We're just going to be able to get these big bags finished off. We are hitting the halfway point on this field, which is quite cool. And therefore we've got roughly 1 field's worth, maybe just underdone. The last 2 fields here are going to be fairly thin ones that are also fairly wide. So yeah, and we are going to need a large amount of lime, I think. We still got quite a way to go. Thankfully, lime is not that expensive. We have, let's have a look in here. Big bags of lime are only 350. So we can get the lime we need without having to do too much. We are going to have to do a contract or 2 though, in order to get the money to do it. We're going to be out of cash in the not too distant future. In fact, overnight, our leasing costs are definitely going to take us into the red. So looks like we're gonna have to go and do a contract to get this stuff done. In the meantime, I think we're probably going to start getting our first crop planted next time as well. We'll probably use our county for that to get that job done. This though is going to go a little bit further down this field, and yeah, we're going to get a good amount of this done before we finish up. 6:30. Let's go and try and finish this up. It's gone 7 in the evening. We're down to our last 300 odd liters of lime. And then that'll be the big bags that we brought down with us done. In fact, there we go. We got more than halfway through field 12, which is fantastic. And yeah, we are into the second field. I do have 3 big bags of lime left. So I think we'll probably go and get those spread in the near future. But at the moment, we've got to get these 3 tractors back. Just gonna turn the engines off so you guys can hear me. Yeah, we need to get these 3 tractors back to the farm, ready for the next day's work, which is going to have to be some field work to get the fields ready and then seeded. We'll probably be doing that with the county, to be honest, because I won't be able to hire a worker. We won't have enough money for that. Then we're going to have to go and chase a contract, I think. Yeah, look at that. That is most of the field done. I think we're probably going to split the field here, roughly, and then probably split the field here where I had before. And that seems to be roughly 3 even ones. We probably have enough lime to finish this field, maybe, and get everything we want done. For our planting calendar, we're going into March. So we've got 2 months to plant the barley. Fantastic. 2 months to plant the canola, which is fantastic. And then the sorghum isn't coming till April. So we have a good 3 months or 6 days to get everything planted. I am happy enough with this situation. We'll be able to get this done and probably get some contracts in the middle of it. Today, we are going to be getting on with planting some crops. We have spread all of the lime we can spread. And so, yeah, we need to hook up our power harrow here and get our land prepared for planting. Now, field 1 should already be ready. If we have a look on our map here, you can see where we've spread all the limes. So field 1 is looking good, and field 12 is looking good. We're going to put the barley in field 1 and the middle of field 12. Well, I think we're probably the top half of field 12, because I don't want field 3 and the top half of field 12 to be the same all the time. So, yeah, field 1 and the top half of field 12 is where we're going to be putting the barley. We do need to get hold of some more lime. The bottom half, the bottom third of field 12 here, that is going to need liming, and so is field 6. So we need to raise a bit of money for that, and that's probably where the sorghum is going to go this year. And then the canola will go in the middle part of field 12 and in field 3, probably next month, looking at the amount of work we've got. So there's a fair old amount of work to do. Let's just have a look. But as I was saying, the reason why we came in here in the first place was to have a look at the ground conditions for all of these. So field 1 is ploughed, so that is ready to be planted into. Field 12 is not. And as we don't have any money at the moment, we're actually nearly 2 grand in debt. We are not going to have any hired workers to work on this. So it is purely going to be us working today. If we can get this field prepared, we should be able to get things turned around quite quickly, allowing us next time to do a contract if we can pick one up, and then get us a little bit of money in to get the lime and get the bottom end finished. Also looking to set up a way of investing money from the farm to create pig feed, which I will go into a little bit more at the time, but it's going to involve gardens and probably a pig feed mixer. Let's have a look then back on the map and back on precision farming, because I want to see where we want to divide this field. And I'm thinking roughly where we are actually is going to be about a top third of the field. So let's turn in here. About here, I think, is perfect. And what I'm not going to do this year, I'm not going to put a grass border in between these fields. We're going to plant 3 crops next to each other and try and do it that way and see if that works. We need to get exactly 270 across here and connect up our PTO. And oh wow, sorry about that. That jittering happened because I was trying to get close enough to start the PTO up. It still won't start. What's going on here? Let's lower this down actually, and rather than having a jittery setup. Our pipes aren't connected, so let's connect those. PTO is connected. That should do it. Lift it up and start it up. Yep, there we go. So we're trying to head across this field at 270 degrees. If we can do that, we'll have a nice straight border between these two crops, and it should work out fairly well for us. We don't have a direct seeder. I don't believe our seeder is a direct seeder. So by doing the top third of this field, we will be able to very quickly mark where we need to be. And that should bring us towards the end of here. Yeah, nice straight line across here. I'm pretty happy with that. Headlands on here should be fairly minimal. We've got quite a large turnaround on each end. So I'll probably still do headlands for the most part, but it's nice and easy if I don't need to. I want to kind of do them just because I shouldn't be driving onto the grass each time anyway. You see, it's a very quite an angled edge, but we are holding this quite nicely at the moment, and despite this only being a 3-meter power harrow, I think we're gonna get this field done fairly swiftly. I talked last time we were on here about the possibility of bringing the David Brown onto this map. And to be honest, I've had a look at it, and somebody did mention in the comments that they've had a few problems with it. And having had a quick look and a quick overview, I'm getting a few errors in the log file. The interior is actually pretty basic on it. And while the exterior is absolutely lovely, I spend a lot of time in cab. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to give up on it. I'm going to have a look at it myself. I'm going to see if I can clear up the log file errors and get that sorted. And then we'll see whether there's anything I can do for the interior textures and things like that. I don't know about actually doing any modeling on the interior. I think that's a little bit beyond me. But certainly we can make it look a bit prettier on the inside. And hopefully if I can clear up the issues and the errors with it, I'll then be able to use it on this series or another one. Because, yeah, there's a David Brown 1210 in game, and I really, really want to use it. So there is that. On the note of us needing to earn a bit of money on here, if we can get this job done today and can get both of these fields seeded, there's a couple of fertilizer contracts. Now, we don't have any money, so we can't afford to buy any fertilizer for those contracts, but we do have some fertilizer that we've bought for the farm sitting in the shed. So I'm thinking the best use of that will actually be to do those contracts and use money from those contracts to replace whatever we use, and then come back, and it'll give us enough money for the lime and hopefully enough money to get the pig sorted. So I think I'm gonna take both those contracts. We have a look in here. We can see we've got a £10,669 contract for fertilizing and a 12,702 on field 14 and field 46. Field 14 is right by our farm. Really, really easy for us to do. And field 46 looks like it's just the other side there. Just down here. So not too far from our farm either. So let's take both of these. We'll accept the contracts. We're not going to borrow items because look at the price of borrowing items on those contracts. So we are going to do this with our little spreader and hopefully be able to get through it in the day. We had a fairly good system running with the with our little Ford last time. Oh, I'm a little bit far over. With our little Ford last time, and we should be able then to get a similar system going here. I mean, field 14 is this one directly behind us, so is a really good one for us to do, and very easy for us to do. So I think we'll probably do that one first. I think it's the slightly higher paying one anyway, And if we can complete that with the fertilizer we've got, which we should do easily, we bought enough fertilizer to do our entire farm. I'm not concentrating and I'm missing spots. Yeah, we bought enough fertilizer for our entire farm. And so we will be able to get both of those done if we want. And we'll earn 20-odd thousand off it. Definitely enough to get the gardens set up if we want for the pigs. And definitely enough for us to get the remaining lime we need to do the rest of this field and field 6 with. So yeah, I think that's going to be a good way to go, but we do need to get this field out the way, and it's taken a little while at the moment to get it done. Being unable to hire a worker for this is actually a little bit frustrating. It is only a 3-meter power harrow, but all of the ones that are wider require more horsepower. We've only got 130 horsepower maximum on either of our tractors, so a 4-meter one is pretty much out of the question. I think there are 4-meter ones that require less horsepower, but not that we have at the moment. And I should be able to go and seed field 1 with the 7810 while this tractor is working through this field. And because we've got no money, because we've run out, I'm in a position where I can't do that. We've got to work this ourselves. However, I do have these 2 contracts, and I'm kind of looking at this and going, why am I doing this here now and not getting at least one of the contracts done? Get myself some money that I can then get a hired worker on this job with and get everything done a little bit more efficiently. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to get about halfway through this. We've only got a few rows to go, and then once I've done that, I will be able to get a little bit of money in from a contract. We'll probably do the contract on field 14, see how that goes, and then get this field fully worked and fully done while we go and get field 1 seeded. And then we could go do the same thing again next game day. Go out, go do field 46, get some extra money in while and then get the seeding finished on our spring barley. So yeah, let's get a few more rows done here, and then we're going to go and load up and get the fertilizing done on field 14 and grab some money to get this job finished. It's just gone midday and we're pretty much up to the roadway. I think we're only about a third of the way through the field. Yeah, about a third of the way through this. So considering it's taken that long to get this done, I think going and grabbing the fertilizer spreader is a good idea. So we'll turn this off and I'm going to head up to the farm and go and grab, well, we'll have to grab our other 2 tractors and load up some fertilizer. Now, after I did the switch on the cab of the other tractor, of our little Ford in there last time, someone did note in the comments that the original cab we had on it was never actually available on that tractor. So I'm glad that we've actually restored a bit of realism to this whole situation with that. We've got our little spreader here. I'm hoping this isn't going to take much more than maybe a bag of this to do field 14. Give us a very good indication of how much it would take to do the other field as well. So we'll fill this right up with the double top. Oh, wow. Oh, there's only 1,000 liters in these bags. That's the other thing. We had 2,000 liters in each of the lime bags, but only 1,000 liters in each of these bags. And we got these 5 bags to do the entire farm. So, yeah, this is going to give us a good indication. I'm hoping we're not going to have to spend a whole load of extra on the fertilizer, because the fertilizer obviously is a lot more expensive a thing to do. Yeah, that cab just fits on this so much better. So much happier with that tractor now. There we go. So our 7810 turbo, we've got 61,000 application rate. We've currently got of 148 kilograms per acre. So what I want to see is exactly what it should be on our fields, and I'm going to set it to field 14 based on that. Oh wow, this is really bad. 40. Wow. Oh my Lord, really? This is going to cost us a fortune in nitrogen. Red, red, orange, and red. We are going to have to take this up to... Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to be bad. And what have we got over here? So this probably has no values detected. So, yeah, we're going to go with the standard amount and see how far this goes. But if it's that bad, this could end up costing us a lot of money. On the plus side, one row has got us 10% complete, so it's going to be a nice distance. I think this might take one full thing full, which is not the end of the world. I think we are going to have to do a fair amount of contracts, though, in order to make sure that we are able to fertilize our own fields. I hadn't realized our nitrogen values on our own fields were quite that bad, and that is pretty awful. Thankfully, second year, the hope is that we'll have enough slurry to do it, and we're going to be using pumps and hoses and setting everything up with that in the second year to try and improve the cost to do our farm. The other thing is, second year, we should be okay in that. We shouldn't have to worry about how much the... we shouldn't have such a drop in the nitrogen on the second year. There being no nitrogen in the soil on our fields at the moment is bad news. We will immediately put fertilizer on the wheat as soon as we've got it seeded, because I think we're probably going to have to do 2 applications in order to get it high enough. Nearly 60% of the way through the contract, and yeah, it's going well. We still have 54% of the seeder remaining. And it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be that we get through both these contracts without too much hassle. Also bodes fairly well for our own fields. I did manage to catch actually a section of field 12, so I want to see how much that's risen the amount of nitrogen on it. Just from having caught it a little bit with the seed or with the spreader from this job. We are moving over to the side a bit and got a little bit of a gap, but that's all right. We can miss a little bit and still make it through. We are going to do as much as the farmer requires. We discussed this before. The farmer only requires us to do a certain amount of the field. Oh, wow. Look at that. So with 148, we caught this little section there, and it's got us up to, yeah. So as we were detecting earlier, we are going to have to put a lot more in to get it up to the 200. That is, it's going to be quite a big spread of fertilizer on our fields, and we're probably going to need a good amount of it in order to get our farm done. So definitely going to be very important to get some contracts done, and we'll try and raise it with the first spread from this to halfway, because I'd quite like to get a sprayer, I think. Although we kind of want to get... We can't get a spot sprayer because we don't really have technology on our farm to do that, as we've discussed before. So we're gonna have to use a weeder on our crops. So yeah, but I think no, I think we're probably gonna try and do 2 lots of this, and get the nitrogen up that way. That way we don't have to buy a second piece of equipment to cover it, and we'll be able to we can actually put 2 different types of fertilizer on. So we can go from there. Where are we? 81%, 20% to go. Let's fill in this gap here, and then I'll come back down the field again. 99% done. We should complete this contract momentarily, and yeah, there we go. So perfect. Let's get off of here. Field 14 is done, and that means at 20 to 3 in the afternoon I can come into here and we can collect that. Oh, we got a new contract coming up, and it's field 2. Field 2 is somewhere around our farm, I think. Field 2 is right next door to it. Okay, so what we'll do is we will collect on that one. I'm going to accept the contract on field 2 because that's more money that we actually need at the moment. And we can then go and get, or start getting, the winter wheat into the, or sorry, winter wheat, the spring barley in on our field, on field 1, while this field here gets finished by the county. And yeah, so stop ourselves here. We'll turn this around. We now have £8,000 with which we can get this tractor started. And yeah, if we can keep building up like this, that is going to pay off massively for us. Just doing fertilizer contracts with our own equipment, although it puts a bit of wear and tear on our equipment, does give us a very, very good income to build the farm up until the point we can sell the soybeans. So let's bring this here and hire a worker for that. And you know what? I think with that, doing that for the rest of the day, what we're going to want to do is get these fertilizer contracts done. If we can get these done, get some more money in, that means next time we're going to be in a very good position for getting all of the spring barley in, because we have a slightly wider piece of kit, and moving our pigs forward, because this is going to bring us in a nice amount of money. We are going to, of course, though, have to replace this fertilizer. This is now a much more efficient setup. So we've got us doing the spreading for the contract with the 7810 and going through that. Meanwhile, our county is going through and doing the other field, which should leave us clear next time to get this on the seeder and get stuff sorted. The only thing I've just realized that is something we might need to deal with is, do we have any stones on field 1? It's something that concerned me before and definitely needs checking out. So let's have a quick look over here. Weeds, I'm not worried about at the moment. Stones. Yeah, field 1 is full of, oh wow, really, really awful stones. So I'm probably going to have to hire a stone picker and sort that. But that's not a problem, because what we can do is hire that, probably get this tractor picking stones on field 1, and then we can get the other tractor either seeding or continuing to do the continuing to prepare the fields over there. It's not great to have to still do that job and to need to spend money doing that job. Thankfully, we are not planting any crops where we should have to plow in the future, which will both help our environmental score and will help to mean that we don't have to deal with big stones like that. And especially using the equipment we are, the power harrow hardly disturbs the soil at all. So that should work out really well for us. So yeah, we're going to have to destone next time before we can seed. But we will have the money to get one of our tractors seeding as well, which should work out, I think, fairly well for us. Fields 2 and 4 are both on our target list for our farm, of course. We want to... Well, if I can get them cheap, that'd be great. Both fields would have to be split. Field 2 would pretty much be split along the line that we're driving down at the moment. Whereas field 4, I think I'd probably split down crossways down the middle. We'd have access to both fields that way. And yeah, it works pretty neatly from that. Field 2 has access at the top end of the field up here near field 1 and at the bottom end, so splitting it down the middle here would work quite well. Field 4, that would split it in a way. We'd have to drive a little further for the far one, but that's not a huge problem. We are in a position where we can do that and have road access down the side of it to do that, so that's all good. It would work out pretty well for us, I think, adding these two fields in, and would complement what we have on the farm right now really, really well. If I'm just gonna sort of stop here quickly, and we'll have a quick look on the map. So yeah, field 2, I think if we split it from that point there all the way across there, gives us a nice little field there and a nice longer field there. And 14, as I said, if you went across sort of like that almost through the middle, you would end up with a good setup. And then the last field we want to add on this side of the river would be field 13. So it's field 14, not field 4. Field 4 is not on our target list. Where is field 4? 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. Yeah, 4 is on our target list. But yeah, field 14 is one we want to watch out for. And 13 would be good as well. And that then gives us everything this side of the river. We've then working our way down here as well. Don't think, what is the level like? So that's mostly silty clay. Field 2 is the one we want to get of those two more than anything. So yeah, this is how we're looking to develop. The whole idea and the whole aim of this series is to basically work our way up and own a quarter of the map on here. Everything in this northwest corner is what we're targeting, and if we can get that, I will count this as a success. So can we do that in 50 episodes? It's a really good question. We're almost done, up to 99% now. There we go. That's all he needed doing. Contract on field 2 is finished. So let's go and grab that. Collect from that. Brilliant. So field 46, I'm expecting to use the entire amount of our fertilizer spreader. It's a little bit more money than the other two, but we want to get it done today because that will then give us a clear run to get all the jobs we need to do tomorrow done, and yeah, will give us a little bit more time with the county to get that other field done as well. All in all, this was a good idea. I am very, very happy that we've managed to, well, we've used a load of our fertilizer to do it, and I am a little bit concerned as to how much fertilizer we have left, but we will prioritize buying more fertilizer and getting that done, and then we will see where that takes us. I think we've got a fairly big cost in fertilizer coming. So yeah, we want to get pig feed moving, and we want to get get some more fertilizer, and that will be our target for the next couple of days. Oh, and getting some lime to finish off the 2 fields we haven't limed yet. Replacing the fertilizer that we've used today is probably going to cost us about £9,000, I think. Where's the entrance to this field? So doing the job on field 2 has been really useful. Field 46 actually is quite big. And, oh man, I really, really want to get it done. I have no idea where the entrance to it is. I'm guessing it's somewhere. In fact, no, I can see it. Right. I'm going to turn around, do a UE with all this traffic behind me. Oh, wow, I've got quite a queue. But I'm going to head... With the sun setting, you know what? I think we'll head back to the farm. I had hoped we might get that last contract done today, but yeah, it's just got too dark too quickly. And we're gonna leave it and park this up in the shed overnight. That'll be fine. We'll get out there nice and early next game day and sort that. Turn all our lights off and head down and go and check out what's going on down with our hired worker. So looks like our hired worker is actually running out of fuel, so this is going to be continuing on next day. Hopefully we can get these things finished off quickly and we'll be good, but I'm going to have to stop him here because that is out of, well, it's too low on fuel really to continue tonight. And yeah, as I was saying before, this is quite a big job with this bit of kit. So that is why it's worth getting a hired worker on it. Just as we had with the mulcher before, we needed to get a hired worker running on that as well. So we will pick that up next time too. And it's far enough ahead now for us to get some seeding done. So the aim next time is definitely to get... I don't need to wash that, because if we wash that, it's just going to get dirty again next day. What I want is this here. And look, there's the other thing I was worried about. The rain has started to fall. Let's refill this tractor ready for tomorrow. It's been an early start today. We are up here at field 46, just finishing off this contract. We're down to the last sort of 10-11%, but we are 95% of the way through this contract. It's going to be a fairly busy day here near Attingham Park. We are going to be doing, well, we need to de-stone field 1. So that's on the agenda for today. That needs doing. We want to really get started doing the seeding today if we can. If we can get the spring barley in, that would move us forward quite nicely. But to be perfectly honest, I don't mind getting into a lot of seeding next month if necessary. But right now we are just coming to the end of this. Yeah, just a little bit more down here. We've been doing a lot of seeding on the potatoes. They seem to have had quite a bit of need to seed them. Oh no, fertilize them. They've needed the extra nitrogen. And somebody said, oh, why didn't I just turn it down to the minimum amount and do it with that? To me, that didn't feel very realistic. I felt I needed to be doing it at about the same rate as the other fields that we were doing, or as our own fields. And so yeah, I've set it to sort of the middle rate that will allow us to do them. And yeah, that is the last contract done and dusted. So I'm going to get us back up to the farm, and we are going to go and work out from there where we're going. While we're on the way back here, I just want to pop into field 6 quickly, because I have a horrible feeling about this. Apart from the fact that the field is absolutely covered in weeds, The pH value is bad, but as you can see, it already has lime on it. I think we're going to have to actually work this field first before we can go and do anything with it, which is annoying because the whole field is actually in a state where it can be seeded. But we're going to have to go and put the power harrow over it and then go and yeah, let's oh wow, quite a traffic jam on here. We're gonna have to and they're gonna have to spread lime on it on there before we can actually go and seed it, which is yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time. So our next job is gonna be to collect the stones off field 1. What I want to do then is drop off our spreader here. We've got our little Ford sitting in the shed with part of a bag of fertilizer left. Let's take that off. I'm just going to have a look. How much fertilizer do we have? Yeah, this is our last bag and it has 855 liters in it. So we are going to have to buy 5 more bags of fertilizer in order to do our own fields, and I don't think that's going to be enough. I think we're going to want a fair amount of fertilizer for our own farm as well. First though, what we do have to do, as I said before, is we've got to go and do field 1, get all the stones off it. They are all fairly large stones because we were doing the ploughing on there. And it means that to get that field ready for seeding, we're going to have to get stuff picked up. So let's head into our shop and have a look A, at what's on offer today, and B, how much it's going to cost us to hire a stone picker. So things on offer is there's a Pro Chop 150, which would actually be really good. We need something to give bales to our pigs. I don't think this will take square bales. I think we'd have to stack them vertically in it. So I'm not sure that's a great choice for us at the moment. But there's not really many other choices. There is this wonderful X9 combine for 214,000. We are nowhere near being able to afford that. Right, let's go in on the stone pickers, though. There we go. Stone pickers are in here. So the signature 720, which is 2.3 meters versus 3.8 for the larger one. 200 horsepower for the larger one, though. Oh, wow. 120 for this. How much would this cost to lease? That would be 2,652 to lease, but would be very easy to handle. It's got a 5.5 meter. Yeah, I'm going to go for ease here rather than savings. The other thing I need to do while I'm in the shop is we need to finish off that contract. So let's collect for that as well. And yeah, 25,666 we have. Now this only takes 120 horsepower and this has 135. This 7810 horse, this 7810 turbo. So this should be more than able to do this. The capacity on this is smaller, is the only thing, and those are not going to hook up for whatever reason. That's all right. It'll run as it is and be absolutely fine, and we can go and clear off the field fairly quickly, which is what we need to do because I want to get moving on to the seeding. With the lime that's been spread on field 1, I'm a little worried I'm not going to be able to see the stones. But if we have a look at the map, I just had a quick look at my my pigs actually, and all of them are doing fairly well. We could do with some straw in there, which I was talking about a minute ago. And yeah, we're going to have to get some food in there soon. But otherwise, they're doing fairly well at the moment. Let's open this up. I think this is actually probably gonna work fairly well if I'm lucky. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna be able to see on the field where we are. What I did go in here to look at before I got distracted by the pigs was exactly how bad the stones on here are. If we turn on stones and turn off needs plowing, yeah, we have some very large stones all over field 1. So I want to get them picked up and sorted, and leasing this for the day should get the job done. Now, our county has come very close to finishing off this field here, but it's not quite there. We need to turn it around and get it to finish this off. Does mean the top third of this field here is going to be ready for our barley planting, which is great news. I want to get this planted before we start on the next piece, and it's going to be quite an interesting bit to get that done. It's also interesting that we've only really limed up to this point here. The very top end of this didn't really need doing. So let's set that off again, and we can go back to our stone picking. And it was worth spending the few extra £100 to get this stone picker, I think. It will speed this job up a lot quicker, and we'll return it. I can't really set a hard worker going on this job because the stone pickers are well known for getting full and still going on, and then not picking up stones when they do. So yeah, I'm trying to make sure that everything gets picked up on here. We want to do as little damage to our equipment as we can. And it is a really nice stone picker, this. I do like it very, very much. It works well, but it does have a smaller capacity than the Dagelmans. It's a wider pickup, but a much smaller capacity. Not such a problem if you don't have a massive number of stones on your field, but a field like this, we might end up emptying it a few times. And I've just got to work out where on my farm, actually, I'm going to be emptying it out, that these stones are going to be out of the way. County has finished work, and we can bring it back around. As I said, I'm very tempted to take it up to field 6 and get it to work there. We kind of need, actually, for it to get to do field 3, because that's where we're going to be planting stuff after this. Yeah, it's going to be the middle part of field 12 and field 3. I also want to clear whatever courseplay course I've got on here. In fact, I think a courseplay course on field 3 would be a really good way to go with this. So let's bring this into here. Come out to the hired worker screen. Select to create job. We want courseplay fieldwork. Everything is in the right place. Open the course generator. I think that must be the right width for the equipment that we've got on here. We're going to start work on the center and up and down manual. Fantastic. Let's generate course. Looking very good. Do we have an offset? That looks like it has an offset. Maybe not. Nope. Okay. So 3 headlands, and we're starting a little bit into the field. So over this way. And yeah, then this will get this job done, and we won't have to worry about it later. Getting ahead is definitely going to be the setup for today. If we don't get to start doing some seeding, then what we really need to get to doing is getting fields ready for us to do stuff. Away we go. First headland, and we're off. The level of stones on here doesn't seem to be too bad. We are at 85%, and we're about halfway through the field. So yeah, it's probably going to be a couple of loads of stone off here. It is doing a grand job, this tractor, of pulling this. Although as we get more full, and as the actual piece of kit gets heavier, the tractor is struggling a little bit more. It does tend to bounce around a lot with these stones. One of the nice things in FS22 is the fact the stones are treated as actual objects and not just a piece of graphic or anything on the floor. You know, they have weight and they do make your tractor move about, which is quite nice. But it does throw us off course a little bit from time to time. And the turning circle on this stone picker is horrible. It's really quite difficult to turn around. It'd be nice if it had maybe some rear steering or something like that. But yeah, instead it's just a bit of a pain to get turned around. But all in all, it's doing a good job. We are probably, you know what, I'm going to empty once I finish this row. I think we'll be very close to being full at that point. And it's going to be that we need to do it. In fact, no, we are full now. Right. So I need to go and find somewhere to empty this out. And yeah, we're about halfway through the field before this needs emptying, which is good news. Wow, that is really, really heavy on the back of here. Let's get this back up to the yard. Somewhere ideally where I can shovel them up later and sell them if I want. If we find ourselves in a position where we are able or need to sell them, they won't make a huge amount of money as it stands at the moment. Actually, over in this corner here might be quite good. I'll just plonk them here. I don't want them somewhere in the way if I decide to build something. That's the thing. Yeah, by this tree at the back here in the corner is absolutely perfect. So tip them up and out, and then we can have a little pile of stones over here that we can just forget about. We're coming to the point now where the extra bit of the field up here is about to get sealed off from the rest, so I need to go and do the headland. So we'll lift up at this point and head up to the top of the field. It's going to take 2 rows to get the headland done, especially considering how far in it comes. So we'll just bring this around here, drop that down, and yeah, away we go. It's looking very clear at the moment, this field. It's going to be really good. We've got, this is our field that is entirely loam, and as a result, it is just it's going to be a fantastic field for us for this year's crop, especially if we can get it fully fertilized, and we've already got it limed. It's good or better across the whole field, which is great. And we want to get it as fully fertilized as possible as well. So that might end up costing us a bit, but we're going to have the money. We're going to have the money to do it now. As soon as we've planted, we will spread fertilizer on all our fields, and then we'll give it until we've got the soybeans sold. Sort of June, July-ish time. By which point we should then be able to spread some fertilizer on these fields again, and hopefully give them a little bit more of a boost to get them up to full whack. And yeah, but that's how we're gonna do it. What we will have to do in the middle, of course, as well is get rid of the weeds. We're gonna have to get a weeder on here. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, we can't use the spot sprayer on these fields. Because it's a little bit too much of a modern technology. I know this is a very modern stone picker, but the whole idea behind it is not overly modern. So yeah, I'm willing to forgo that. But I think the spot sprayer is probably going a touch too far. So yeah, we're going to be using the solid spreader. And we're going to be using a weeder on the farm to clear up the weeds, rather than going the full hog with a load of fertilizer across the whole field, because yeah, that's not good. That will affect our environmental score, and we're trying to keep that up I'd much rather get the weeder on here and do that than sort the do the herbicide sprayer instead. This is my second full load of stones off this field, which is surprising because we still have a fair amount of the field to go. We are probably looking at getting maybe another 1,000 liters of stones off here, so 5,000 liters in total. I don't think 5,000 liters of stone will pay very much if we were to go and sell them. Let's just have a quick look in here. So stone is actually fairly far down the list. There we go. Stone. No sell point on here, so we'd have to place our own stone crusher actually, which isn't a bad idea. How much is a stone crusher? Construction, production. Now, is it in here? No, we don't seem to have one there. Sell points. Yeah, there we go. 10,000 to place our own stone crusher. But I don't think we'd make a huge amount from it, and we're not looking to really do much stonework. So yeah, I think dropping it there is probably the way to go, rather than buying a stone crusher where we're not going to be doing a lot of plowing. The stones are really thick this end of the field. We've only done what, this is our 4th row since we've come back, and it is just, well, we're already over 600 stones, 600 liters of stone on here. I think my estimate of about 1,000 liters is not going to be that far out, to be honest. It is a lot of stone down this end, and this is why I'm trying to avoid doing plowing as much as possible. If a field needs plowing, then we'll do it. Otherwise, the idea is just to use the power harrow to work the fields enough to get the drill onto it, and then to drill into it that way. Otherwise, yeah, we end up with a lot of stones, a lot of extra work, a good chunk of extra money having to be spent, because obviously we spent 2,000 odd pounds, nearly 3,000 pounds on leasing this piece of kit. Yeah, I don't really want to be spending money where I don't have to. I mean, yes, as I said earlier, I could have saved a couple of hundred really doing this, but or using one of the Dagelmans. But this is a lot wider pickup. It's a lot quicker job, and the fact that it's only 2 in the afternoon means that we'll probably get to do some other work and some other bits and pieces today, which I really want to do. I think I'm probably going to leave the actual seeding until next time, but we can get the pigs, the pig food train set up now, which would be really useful. And we can do a couple of other bits and pieces. We can get the actually we might be able to go and get a bit of lime and do the last couple of fields we need to lime. So the bottom of field 12 still needs liming, and the and field 6 of course needs liming as well. So I need to go and grab the lime for doing both of those. This is going to do the whole way across here. That's fine. We're going to do the headlands up the top end of the field, and then yeah, we just got that headland down there to get done as well, and that will get all of our stones, and we are already over the 1,000 stone estimate that I had for the end of this field. Trying to get the final row of this headland in one go. I think I might actually make it. There are a couple that are a little bit wider than our pickup, but do we have any stones there? No, I think that's got them all. Let's have a quick check. We'll turn that off and fold it up, and then pop out here into our menu, and look at that, a stone-free field 1. So let's have a look. We've got field 6 actually is full of stones as well. So while we've got this, in fact, while we've got this, Field 6, perfect place to go and use this on, because it'll not only get the stones cleared out, it'll also clear out the lime state, which means we can re-lime that field. What I might do is, if our other tractor, if the county has finished, we might get that doing this, and then we can get our 7810 doing some other stuff. Although we're not in a huge rush to lime these last 2 fields. So we definitely want to get this, though, sorting field 6 out while we've got it. Yeah, clearing that out and getting that done. So that's the last set of stones emptying out from field 1. And I want to go and check on where our county is doing field 3. So our hired worker in the county is currently going around and doing the headlands on here. So I think we probably want to take our 7810 up to field 6 and get started with that. It will work out better for us. I do really want to put a hired worker on it on field 6 if I can. But I think with this still working this field, our best bet is to go and do it ourselves. So back down to field 6 for our second time today, and oh, this is actually a fairly big field. Let's unfold this, and I think the way we're going to do it, I'm going to line myself up along the top edge over here, and that way we should be lined up across the whole field a bit better. Looks like the field has previously been worked slightly differently. It is annoying that it's got lime applied to it, and yet its pH value is still awful. And such a pity. But getting the stones up off here is going to give us the opportunity to reset the status, get it re-limed before we come to put sorghum in it later in the year, and give us a position to start from rather nicely. And it doesn't feel like I'm redoing work that's already been done with this stone picker, because we know we've got to pick up stones off this field. They're not particularly bad. They're fairly smallish stones, but while I've got it, I might as well use it and make sure this field is properly clear. We're making good progress on field 6 at the moment. It's gone 4:15, and we're not filling very quickly. The stones on here aren't very thick, so I think we're going to end up with this being a fairly low yielding stone field, and probably not filling up the stone picker, which isn't a bad thing. The less stones we ultimately have to deal with, the better, but it'll be good for us to get this field clear while we have the stone picker. And that's the thing, really. We want to use this while we have it, and not kind of regret not doing this job when we have the chance. And yeah, we are making good progress. It might be a little bit into the evening to get this finished, but then this job will be done. This field will then be ready for us to re-lime and get the pH up, along with the bottom half of field 12, which is great. And it means that next time we should be able to get field 1 and the top part of field 12 planted. We still have some... we still need to do the middle part of field 12. That still needs to be power harrowed. So we'll get the county doing that next time. Something I do want to ask you guys is, I remember growing up when we had tractors like this doing the seeding, we would have dual wheels on the back. Do you think we should put dualies on the back of this for when we're seeding? I quite like the idea, but I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Let us know in the comments. Do you think we should put duals on this 7810 for when we got the seeder out? I'm intrigued to know what your thoughts are. But we are motoring through this field now, and we're actually, despite the fact we're slightly behind schedule, we are gonna catch up very quickly. You can see now the difference between having small stones on a field, which is what we've got on here, and having large stones on a field, which is what we had on field 1. We are only up to 895 litres of stone, and we are over halfway through this field. So it is, yeah, it is a lot less. And to be perfectly honest, we could probably have just rolled these in. They are all small stones. They will all roll in, and we are going to have to roll our fields after we've seeded. So they would have just rolled in. But as I said, I've got the stone picker. We might as well pick them off the field and reset the lime status on here. I think if I wasn't going to need to lime this field, I would probably have left it well alone and just got our power harrow over it. But as it does have stones on it, we might as well get them picked up and get them off and use this bit of equipment. As I said, it feels like I'm not double working the field. I am actually doing something useful on here, which is also resetting the lime status. So that's all good. We want to bring this so that we get this triangular section of the field done now. As I said before, we're zooming through this quite nicely. Don't think we've left any stones there, and we should get this done this evening. It is, yeah, just coming up to 6 o'clock. I'm hoping we'll have this done in the next hour. Just gone 7 o'clock, and there's very little of the field left. But there is still some of the field left. I think getting it done in the last hour would have been a little bit, well, I think it was a little bit hopeful. It's not a huge amount of field left. What we do have, though, is a fiddly bit of field left. So trying to get turned around on this bit is proving to be a lot of fun. But I am managing to do it for the most part. But yeah, this side's not so bad. It's the angle, the acute angle that we've got to get round on the other side is causing me a few issues. But as I said, we are coming to the end of this, and I think it won't be long after sunset that we get this field finished. Always find these final bits of a field, the fiddly bits of the field, the hardest to do. There's so much maneuvering all the time, and you're doing far more of that than you are actually getting the field worked, and it gets a little bit annoying from that point of view. But I'm saying but a lot today, actually. But we are nearly there. I got the last. Well, I think what I'm gonna do is just back this up here and bring it over. No point in turning all the way around for this, because that is the last little bit there. Right, just the headlands to do, and then I'm gonna head back down to the farm, and we are only 80% full. In fact, we're not even 80% full. I think one more stone and we probably will be. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, not much left to do. We'll see how much we've got when we go back to tip it at the farm. So it's taken an extra 2 hours beyond where I originally estimated, but we are finally on our way home with the stone picker. I'm quite happy with what we've achieved today. We have got ourselves nicely set up for seeding. As I said, I'd like to have had the spring barley in by the end of March, but that just wasn't to be, just wasn't a possibility. We are going to be doing winter wheat instead of spring barley next year. So by this point, we should have had everything sorted and not be quite so cramped in this part of the year. But we will get the canola in and the spring barley in We'll get the canola in and the spring barley in next year, or next month, sorry, and that will mean that we are nicely in the clear. Whoa, still got a lot of weight on the back. Well, we've got 87% of this full. Another 1,700 litres of stones to dump in the corner of our farm here. So we're going to pull this round and get this tipped out. I'm then going to go and drop this off. I'm actually going to go and clean this and get it dropped off because we need to get all those things done. We're heading down to have a quick review of our fields, actually, and I want to get a little bit of separation in. So we've got our top part of field 12 comes down to this point here. And I've had an idea for sorting out how to separate these fields. Originally, I was just going to go and do all of these crops based on how we've limed it and worked it and just set them out like that. But I think what I'm going to do instead is we're going to go into the construction screen here. And I'm going to get the smallest landscape tool painting I can. And then do a whole line across the middle here. Using this line as a guide. So if I can move across and keep everything there like that, that would be great. The way I'm going to do it, I think, we've got forest ground... we've got dirt. I'm thinking of going with dirt or either sort of the... Yeah, I think we want to go with just dirt. Keep it simple. We might put a few bushes and bits of grass and stuff like that in there. And I want to keep my tools fairly small. I'm going to move myself out the way because otherwise it gets in the way. Right, and then we should be able to just do a dirt line all the way across the field here. And if I do it as a circle as well, so why is that not? Because we need to select landscaping and painting, and we need to select what we're going to paint, which, as I said, is dirt. We want to change the cursor shape. So V, and I'm going to enlarge it a bit. So we'll go like that, and hopefully we'll have enough money going across this field to do this. Keeping this nice and small and not trying to go over the top. Should mean that course play will work with it, and should mean that everything other than the hired worker will work with it. I think it'll be a bit thin for that. So let's start that there and just go across. And in fact, you can see that is costing... In fact, that's costing us nothing at the moment, which is excellent. If we can avoid having any kind of cost to do this, that is brilliant. And then just a last little bit there. Perfect. In fact, the last little bit cost us £2, whereas the rest of it cost us nothing. So we'll come out of this, we'll jump in the landy, and we'll go and do the same on the next bit at the end of the lime up here. So again, we are going to do this at this point. So Shift P to get straight in. If you didn't know that, actually, Shift P takes you straight into the build menu if you're on PC, which is really cool. And then again, we're just going to go with the mud. It says it's £2, so it'll cost me £2 initially. And then it costs nothing after that if I hold it down and go the whole way across. So we'll do the same thing again. Dirt, and away we go. Hold it down, keep it. So I think this is slightly bigger brush than last time. I'm going to take it along the edge of this here because I seem to have... Well, it seems to have been a little bit off kilter going across. But... there we go. That is not bad at all. I'm very happy with that. And that means now our fields are nicely separated by a little patch of dirt. And if we come on here and we go to the hide worker screen And now I should be able, I think, to go create job. It's not going to be able to do that. We'll try it with a tractor in a moment. But I think I should be able to create courseplay courses within those 3 fields now. But back up to the yard, and we're going to park our Landy up over here because we need to get on to some seeding today. So both field 1 and the top end of field 12 are prepared. So we're going to go and do both of those. We will probably get the county, actually. We've left that on here. And going. In fact, let's go and see if we can get that courseplay course set up. We want the county going and doing the middle field because that is where we're going to be planting canola in the near future. Let's see. Earning circle on this is horrible, as we've noticed before. And yeah, I think what I'm going to do is... I need to check the comments from the last video, but I want to see if any of you have made any suggestions as to whether we should be putting the joules on the 7810 to do the seeding. I think it'd be quite cool, and I think if there aren't any comments to that effect, or there aren't any comments on what we should do with that, then I might go and just do it anyway. Yeah, I'll go and have a look at that in a moment before we get started on this. But yeah, will this work with courseplay on this new divider we've done? And seeing actually the cost of doing that, I'm wondering if I can put a roadway in down the side of this field here, just to get me to this field here. Right, let's give this a whirl then. Come into here, into the hired. We're going to create a job. We're going to target position of here and there, and field position of there. Oh, it is doing the whole field for some reason. It hasn't, it's not a wide enough bit to do it. So the easy fix to this then is that we go and do each of these sides. We get these done first, and then we just get the hired worker to work between them. I think we're gonna have to go and work this a little bit more. Maybe widen this bit of dirt between the 2 fields, because it's not. If I pull over it, it's not doing anything on it. And then yeah, we're gonna have to widen the gap between these 2 fields. I don't really want to. I don't want to lose much field to it, but it's definitely not registering at the moment that these are separate fields, which is slightly annoying. Okay, that is the 2 edges defined. We should be able now to just leave the hired worker working within those. It shouldn't turn to the left when it comes out of this first row here, so it shouldn't touch that bottom field, and it also should stop when it gets to the other side and overlaps with that final row over there. So that will be all good, and means that this field will then be ready for our canola planting, hopefully tomorrow. If I can get both of these fields planted today with the spring barley, so top end of field 12 and the and field 1 planted with the barley today, then we should be able to get this field and field 3 planted with the canola tomorrow. I think our planting window is still fairly big. How big is our... Yeah, we've got planting window. In fact, no, canola and barley we have to plant today and tomorrow. So it's no, can we do it? It's we've got to hit the ground running and get both those crops in because we are running out of time. So I checked the comments from last time, and there's actually only one comment on there about the dual wheels at the time of recording this, and it was emphatically for them. So what we're going to do is customize our 7810 here. and get... Oh, I actually want to go the other way because, yeah. And we're just going to put the rear jewels on. I'm not interested in doing a full set of jewels on this. I think this should do us quite nicely. And customize that. That is going to cost us 2,000. But look at that. That is fantastic. All set up now to do our seeding. And as I was saying a minute ago, we've got to get the barley in today because it's going to be barley today and canola tomorrow. I'm very thankful actually that we have started work on that middle field or middle part of field 12 because we're going to need that bit of the field ready for us to go. So that's coupled it to that, and that's coupled it to that. Sometimes I get a little bit of trouble with manual attach and some of the setups on here. It can be a little bit finicky sometimes. Oh, hang on. I've just noticed our seeder here takes fertilizer as well as the actual crop, the actual seed. So what we want to do is we're going to have to pop up to the shop and grab some fertilizer as well. We need to get some fertilizer anyway, and with as much fertilizing as we need doing on these fields, that's actually going to be really good. Let's stop that there, right? And I think should be able. Oh, I had to take the right click off of course play. Let's course play settings. Do we have open HUD with mouse? Okay, yep, deactivate that. So yeah, let's stop that. Delete is still the one to activate it, so that's good. But we need to be able to do that. Right. Then we will disconnect that. Whoa! Oh god, that hit me in the face. And disconnect that, and we'll move that out the way. So we'll put this over here behind this bush. I have to remember where that is. And then we can come around and connect up to our seeder. Back up to here. And connect it up. Can we disconnect it? There's some weirdness going on here at the moment. Is that why the tool attacher joint? Okay, let's lower it. There we go. Fruit cannot be planted in April. We're not trying to plant that fruit. We are trying to plant this fruit. Right, and now we're going to need some seeds. So, yeah, this is a little bit funky, this. How well this is going to work, I don't know. But we're going to have to head up to the farm. We need some seeds. And we need some fertilizer. So we're going to use our little Ford for this, seeing as it's the only one we have left. I'm hoping I can attach the flatbed underneath the weight, because we want to get both the weight and the flatbed up to the field. It might be better if I got a weight that actually connected, or that would allow me to connect the flatbed, but we'll see how we go. Let's just bring this up here. And will that connect under there? How much trouble is yet? So that will connect. Okay. Like so. And wow, that actually works. Nope, I want to attach the whole yeah. Oh, it's not letting me detach the trailer. It wants to detach the weight. That is going to be a lot of fun. I think we might have an issue there. We'll see how well this goes. Let me see if I can detach this. There we go. Got it detached. Right. And we want a couple of bags of seeds, I think. And then we have to head over to the shop and grab a load of fertilizer. We're going to have quite a heavy amount of fertilizer to put on the trailer, I think. Ooh, careful. Just hoping this little tractor is capable of pulling it. Right, up and on to there, like so. And then we'll get the second one. And get that onto there too. Perfect. And we'll do that as well. And into there. Whoa, back it off. And there we go. So 2 bags on. This is where having a 4th tractor on the farm would come in really handy. But it's not a big issue. This will connect up to here. It's just a little bit of a pain to get it to disconnect. Doesn't always recognize the flatbed. It tends to recognize the weight before the flatbed, so it gets a little bit touchy. Thankfully, we won't need to detach this when we get down to the shop, because we managed to pick something, or the shop managed to pick something up secondhand that is absolutely perfect for here, and is going to do an amazing job. And it's one of my favorite pieces of equipment in the game. It is, of course, the JCB Teletruck. Came up on the used. We didn't have enough money for it, but it was perfect for the shop. 32.5 hours on it. We've put a nice red set of forks on the front. We'll actually widen those because we're going to be picking up multiple bags. And in here, what have we got in? Oh, of course, we've got a huge, great sugar beet harvester. But what we want in here is we need 5 bags of the nitram. So we'll buy that. Yes. Okay. Perfect. And then we can go and get these loaded up with our very reliable little JCB. I mean, this was such a useful piece of kit on the Old Stream farm. And yeah, this will this take 4 bags? Oh, it's struggling. Yeah, what this little JCB is capable of is ridiculous. Last bag on, couldn't quite lift all 4 of those bags up at once, but at least managed to transport them over to the trailer. We'll put this back in the shed. I will show you the number plate quickly. Is SH09OLY for shop only, and because this map doesn't have the ones where you can just write whatever you want. You have got to do stuff with an English number plate on this map, which is very cool. Right, let's drop down to low gear, get this moving, and drop it down a couple more, and then switch into the high. Yeah, this is going to struggle to get started, but I think once we get going, this will be fine. So as long as you don't ask this to go up any steep hills, this little tractor will be fine carting this stuff and pulling this trailer. As soon as you ask it to go up anything even slightly steep, you're in trouble. I want to miss the add-on. We'll park this back a little bit. I think we're going to have to pull our seeder forward. So we'll pull this forward a little bit. Yeah, let's raise it up because we can't actually seed anything at the moment. And then we'll disconnect all of this. There we go. That's all disconnected. It's really fiddly to get that to work. And then over here, we need to put in a bag. I think it'll probably only take 1 bag of fertilizer. I'd be amazed if it takes more than that. And then we'll want 2 bags of... Oh, no, we'll want 1 bag of fertilizer, I think. And 1 bag of seeds for this field. It's going to be a high amount of seed because this is silty clay, and silty clay definitely takes high seed numbers, especially for something like barley. So in the back is where this goes, and there we go. Most of that bag is in there, and drop that off. Ooh, that was lucky. Let's just check that we have got a full thing of, that seems No, that's only 68%. It must have moved out of the way. Let's grab the rest of that. I think it might take more than a bag, and we want to put as much of this in as we can. Yeah, this weight we could do with a bigger weight with a hitch on it, I think. Okay, not from this angle. Let's try this again. Out and round and back. And yeah, there we go. There we are. Yeah, it swung out of the way last time, so we want to get it there. And I think we're going to need to add a little bit more to top it up. I do want to make sure this is full. We've got quite a lot of nitrogen that needs to go on our soil in order to sort this out. We saw it last time. It is just a massive field of red that we have here. I think we might have to go and do some more contracts in order to actually make sure we have enough cash to do all the fertilizing on our fields. There we go. So back this off and turn it in, because yeah, we need to still put the seeds in as well. Oh, this could be a very expensive setup. But look at that, our other tractor, our county is nicely going across the other field. And we will work out exactly how it is. I get it to do courseplay. I think I can go round and I can define my own fields around the edges here. So we might go and do that at some point. Now that we have defined edges, though, there are some jobs that we can just go and do the whole of field 12 on once it's been harvested. But it all depends on how our rotation works and when we're looking to put certain things in certain fields. Right, seeds in this back section, 14% left. I'm just going to park this tractor here. Hopefully it'll be out of the way. Actually, let's drop that front loader down. Leaving that up in the air, we'll just strain the hydraulics. And then into here, we've got barley selected. We have everything sorted. We need to make sure we turn off the automatic amounts. So yeah, it's saying 120. So I'm going to turn off that, and I'm going to turn off that automatic seed rate as well. We want to increase the amount of seeds, and we want to increase the amount of fertilizer as well. So that we want up to barley on silty clay. There we are. That's what we're targeting. Most of this is barley on silty clay, and it's not now starting up. Let's close this then. Drop it down. Oh, is this one that doesn't turn on? Let's find out. Yep, it's one that you don't have to activate. You just drive along and it starts seeding. Fantastic. Let's get this done then. I am really liking this setup. This seeder is working brilliantly behind my 7810. We are hitting our requirements for the fertilizer on here rather nicely too, and we're hitting the number of seeds. Now, one thing our farm is going to do is cost us a lot in seeds. You can see under our variable seed rate, we've got 3 underlined, or our 3 circles are underlined. If we come up to the end of the field and come off the field, you'll see those disappear. Especially once we lift up and we're off the field, you can see they've disappeared, and that is the recommended seed rate. And I know that on silty clay, it's always a high recommended seed rate. So it's not too bad with how much fertilizer we're having to use on here. Slightly less than I'd expected. but we are using a lot of seeds. As a result, we're down to 60% of our seeds left and 74% of our fertilizer. So yeah, we are going to have to refill the seeds certainly before we get much further. However, we are making good progress into this field. You can see our big yellow band of where we've fertilized coming in, and as a result, yeah, it's looking really good. Someone was suggesting in the comments last time, why don't I plant a crop like soybeans or slightly off course there, or sunflowers that require a lot less nitrogen. In fact, I think they suggested that the soybeans, I think it was, put nitrogen back into the soil, which unfortunately isn't true with precision farming. Normally that would be the case. I think in real life that is the case. With precision farming, it isn't. They don't require any nitrogen, so would save us money there. But I think it's probably a good idea from the point of view of we only have a single day available to us, and we need to look at alternative crops that we might be able to plant on here if we're unable to get the canola in time. And I think soybeans are our best bet. Pretty much everything else that we can plant until the end of May requires a different seeder. So we can't plant it. Whereas sorghum and soybeans both will go until the end of May and will allow us to plant for that extended period, and with this seeder as well. So it means we wouldn't have to spend any extra money, and we would actually end up with not having to spend so much on fertilizer if that happened anyway. But we'll see where we want to go. I still want to put canola in, and that does mean that we've got to get this field and field 1 seeded today, preferably. Otherwise, next time it's going to be an early morning and 3 fields to get seeded. I don't think field 3 is going to take very long to seed, but it's yeah, it's just the whole thing of crunching everything into one day. If I can get 2 fields seeded, so one with spring barley and one with the canola, and then we have to do a field of soybeans after that, that would be fine. I'd be happy with going with the 4th crop. We only have 2 silos though, so whatever our 4th crop is, we would probably have to, well, we're gonna have to store 1 crop on the barn floor anyway for a while. We're probably gonna have to do the same with any other a 4th crop we get as well. Down to 10 liters. Let's get this opened up, and wow, I think we've actually got halfway across this field. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, that has actually done half the field, which is brilliant. So we need a lot of fertilizer. Soybeans may be a preference. It may be something that we need to go with. Certainly, we're using a lot of seeds as well. So we're going to need more seeds. We're going to need more fertilizer. All in all, this is going to turn out to be more expensive than we thought. Although, I think the barley seeds are the larger seeds anyway. Next year, trying to fit all of these crops into this 6-day seeding window will be much less of a problem. We will have a... we're going to be doing winter wheat instead of spring barley. And so, as a result of that, we should end up with a much, much better seeding setup. We'll have a 6-week window to get 4 fields planted, and then in October time we'll be trying to get the winter wheat in. So I'm trying to work out my crop rotation. I think because of how late the sorghum gets harvested, we will probably look at putting the canola in after that. And then the canola, we should be able to put the wheat in after. And then after the wheat, we should be able to put the sorghum in. So it should go fairly well. We do have a field currently that's being bid on. It is field 20. It's up by the grain mill. It is not within our target area, so I've just kind of been ignoring it. There's still a couple of days to go left on the auction. I'm keeping an eye on it. It's going for about 20,000, I think I saw then, which is, yeah, substantially cheaper than here the field normally is. I do like the auction setup. It really makes you go, oh, I need to make sure I've got a little bit of money in my back pocket in case a field I want comes up. At the moment, it looks very much like we have enough seed and fertilizer in this seeder to make it to the end of this field, which is great news. The downside is I don't think we're going to get onto a second field today. We are just very low on time as far as that goes. It's 20 past 5 already, and yeah, it's gonna be I think it's gonna be an early start next day, and we're gonna probably concentrate up this end here. So we've got field 3 and the field next door, so field 12B I'll call it, with this being 12A. And those two need to be canola, so we can get the canola planted in these two with a fairly early start, and then we may go over to field 1 and get the wheat in there, the barley in there, sorry, the spring barley in there. Not the end of the world if we don't, and I think that is probably going to be our best bet as far as avoiding, or as far as putting the right crops in the right places. Field 1 last year was wheat, so I'm not too worried about putting something like soybeans in it. Whereas if I leave it to field 3, we're going to end up putting soybeans on soybeans, and I don't really want to do that. So yeah, we're gonna get the canola in next time. And then if we have time, we'll get the final field of wheat in. I have also got to watch, because we need to get lime both on field 12C down the bottom and onto field 6. And field 12C is also going to need, needs to be worked with the power harrow too. So there is so much to do on here in order to get it all done. That has just risen. Let's drop that down. So yeah, we'll see how we go, but that is looking like the situation at the moment. There's one tiny section of this field that isn't silty clay in this corner, and it's loam, and we are putting in way too little fertilizer and way too many seeds. But it is a tiny section. It lasts until there. Yeah, so we're the top corner there, that is not going to be treated well enough to get the maximum yield off it. But there's not much I can do. It's such a small area, it's not worth it. It's not like field 3 where we are actually going to have to adjust our soil, our seed amount, our seed rate, and our nitrogen levels in order to get the fullest out of it. It's going to be a fairly annoying field 3, to get seeded, whereas pretty much everywhere else is just solidly one type of soil. This most of field 12 is silty clay, and most of field, in fact all of field 1 is loam. So that's going to actually require more fertilizer and less seeds on field 1, whereas field 12, yeah, is a high seed rate, low fertilizer rate, and then field 3 will just switch between the two all the time. last little bit, and then we are all very nicely seeded on this field at the very least. As I said, what we'll do next time is we will go and get field 3 done, which is, as I said, going to be fun with the variable seed rate, and we're also gonna probably get 12B done. Looks like our other tractor is still going. How is that faring? Yeah, so that will soon be done on that job. And then we've just got field 12C and 6. Both of those need liming, and 12C is going to be needing the same work as our county is doing at the moment. We have an awful lot of seeding to do. We are still down at field 12. We need to get all of the barley and the canola planted by the end of the day, so we've got a lot of work to do. Thankfully, we have a few tools that will be able to help us today, because it is not just the barley and the canola that we need to get sorted. We need to roll field 12A as well, so we're going to get the county doing that. We're going to go and grab a roller in a minute, but first I want to go and get my 7810 here started on doing some seeding on 12B, which brings me to the second tool we've got today that should really help us out, and that is custom fields for courseplay. So thank you to Steel Horse, Carl Wade, and Max Sandsquid, who all discussed this in the comments for the last video. And the fact that we can define custom fields for our field 12. So I've been playing around with that a little bit. I've had a little bit of fun trying to set it up and trying to get it all to work. So we'll see if that continues to be the case now, as we head over here and we try to sort this out. Something else I should point out: you can see that the cables, the connectors here, are missing from the tractor to the seed drill, and I've got a little problem with manual attach in this as well, in that I can't detach any hoses and therefore can't detach the seeder. Seems to be because manual attach isn't recognizing which vehicle is being detached. So if anybody has come across that issue before, or has any idea how it might be solved, please let us know in the comments. It would be massively helpful to be able to detach this without having to pop out, turn off manual attach, and then pop back in to get it to do it. It would be absolutely great if anybody can help with that. So as per last time, we need to turn off the automatic seed rate. We also need to make sure the automatic application rate is off. That is the case. Seeds on here we want to be doing. So we need to reduce the amount of fertilizer. Silty clay and canola doesn't like large amounts of fertilizer, so we'll drop that down there like that. We'll close that up again. And we've got the right seed application rate, so that's all good news. Now we just need to pop into here and sort out courseplay. So you can see here I've defined a field. I've defined field 12B. So I initially drew a rough outline. I then went in and edited the custom field, and I love this feature. So you can come in here, edit a course, and you can move the points around. So I've been around the field, I've moved all the points up to the edge, so this should now just do this field, which is pretty brilliant. And so now we have our course perfectly set up for field 12B. What I can do is I can create job. We can create a course play field job, so that there we are in the right field position. Right, and then we open the course generator. I am going to use one tool. We're going to do 2 headlands. We're going to start with the center of the field. I'm going to turn in the corners. Hopefully that should be fine. Headland direction clockwise. Yep, that's fine. And overlap is 7%. Up, downs, and no islands to bypass. Let's generate a fieldwork course. And there we go. There is our fieldwork course. Fantastic. So it's going to start in the bottom corner and then work its way round. So let's head out of here. And yeah, it's going to finish in this corner facing that way. And on our way over here, it actually looks like we need to up this application rate a little bit. So let's do that. It is going to be 160 kilograms per hectare, but that should be all right. It's not too bad. Right. So to here, we'll bring up courseplay. And we're going for first waypoint. We are doing canola, so that's correct. And away we go. And this should head off from there and just get the job going. We're probably going to have to get more seeds, but we'll see how it goes. It's not going down too fast at the moment, so that is good news. In the meantime, we're going to go and take the county and head... Oh, I don't think we've got any more seed. We're going to take the county and head over to the shop, see if we can rent ourselves, I think, a roller and start getting field 12A rolled. So in we come round. Yeah, the turning circle on this county is fairly horrible. And park her up. And we should be able to get a roller fairly cheaply, I think. Certainly renting it, we should be able to do it fairly cheaply. So we have got these in here, actually. These HMR2s, which is what I was thinking of going with. I want that one. We want the Cambridge rollers. Folding left, folding right. We want folding arms, and I want to try and do this. Well, one of these is going to be actually fairly cheap to get. What's the width on it? 2 meters. No, we are going to have to get 3 of these. Main color, we will go with... I think I might go with the Forschrite blue. And the roller color, we will go with a white. Yep. Yep, I like that. So we will lease one of those. 387. Yeah, this is going to be nice and cheap. So we'll lease that one. And then what I want to do is turn the folding arms off completely and lease 2 more. Yes. Okay. And yes. Okay. Right. And that should then be exactly what we're after. 3 rollers that we can hook up and then hook side by side and get sorted. Right. Okay. So let's hook up this one first. Get that hooked to the back one, and then we'll take all of these into the overall. There we go. 3 rollers all hooked up. Let's take them down the road, which probably we shouldn't do, and see if we can start getting this field or field 12A rolled and done. So we get these down to the field here, and what I want to do is try to disconnect that one. We will unfold this roller like so. We'll then disconnect that there. And then I want to try and place the 2 other rollers sort of in the right place to get hooked up. So that's going to be a little bit of fun. Actually, where I've parked that is not perfect. Let's just reconnect that. Move that forwards a little bit. Give myself enough space to maneuver. Right. And then we should be able to go and grab the other 2, put them in the right place, or just try and position them in the right place to get them hooked up. And that hopefully will work. Disconnect that one. And then place it about as far outside as I can get it. Oh, because they're so close to where the tractor is, it's almost like reversing a dolly trailer to get these where you want them. And certainly I'm not looking to do any reversing once these three are all hooked up in full formation. It is just going to be an absolute pain to try and reverse 3 rollers. But this should give us a good 5 meter width, I think. So that will be good. And will keep us going. And hopefully we'll got these at enough width and in a good enough position to get them all to hook up. Right, let's try that there. Yep, that's going to hook up, and that's going to hook up. Absolutely perfect. Right, let's go. 3 rollers. Oh, in fact, this might even be a 6 meter. Perfect. Now, is that destroying my crop, or is that actually sorting us? Yeah, that's sorting us. So from here, we want to check the needs rolling. Perfect. The crop is still there, and we're all good. Right, away we go. Said it a few times before, but the turning circle on this lizard sucks. And when you're running a set of rollers like this, you can't reverse. I'm having to take a really big turn on the ends of the field. I think we're going to have to, over time, see if we can get a maybe slightly less higher powered 4th tractor for the farm. Maybe a 7610 or something like that. Something that we can do this kind of job with, that we're not then having to rely on maybe our 3000 series tractor to do this kind of job, especially when that's sitting out on a field loading stuff. It's really annoying to try and be making sharp turns and getting around for the next row in this tractor. It is great for doing field work and great for preparing our fields and things. Maybe I could have got it on the seeding, because the seeding we can maneuver more with. But it is just a little bit difficult to get exactly where I want it to for doing this rolling, especially when we come to the next bit of the field, actually. At the far end here, and we get really close to the hedge. I'm gonna find it really difficult to turn this around. I'm keeping a close eye on the seeder at the moment, because we're getting lower on fertilizer. It's using fertilizer fairly quickly, which isn't a huge problem. We're also getting lower on seeds as well, so I want to make sure that we don't end up with an issue where the field doesn't get fertilized. Let's just turn this around, and then we can go and have a look at that. But yeah, I don't want to be in a situation where it's seeding and not fertilizing, because we need to get the fertilization levels up on these fields as much as we possibly can. So let's get this back on course. So back on 90 degrees, and then we have a look in here. Yeah, so we are still fertilizing with that down there. So that's good. Our fields are looking very nice, and we should be running okay. Just got to keep an eye on things. Here, however, is the tricky part for us doing the rolling. We've got to avoid the end of that there. Take our nice big turnaround in this area here. Yeah, don't have access because this is not mine. And oh, yeah, that's what I feared. So this is where reversing these things is just horrible. Look at that. They turn on a dime the other way. They just get so stuck going round, and then it's just, yeah. Right, we're gonna straighten it out, and even going straight back. Watch this. Just immediately they're going opposite ways. Such oh wow, Yeah, never seen anything do that. Just split like that. So yeah, they're annoying to reverse, really difficult, and the turning circle on this tractor does not help. But we've got round, we're back on, and we're back to doing some rolling. We should get this done, and then we'll just continue on, hopefully, to 12B when the seeding's finished over there. We're down to 10 litres of seed, so when the fertilizer. So when this has turned around and has got itself in the right position, what I'm going to do is just stop our hired worker at that point and fill up the fertilizer, because we need to make sure, as I said, that that continues. So we'll let it get done, start off, and we will stop it there. Then want to reverse it up. Right, that'll do. And we will open up the back and go and grab a bag of seed from over here. We want to grab the larger bag, I think. The little bag only has about 19 litres in it. Oh no, leave it running. Oh, it takes forever for this to start up again. Yeah, back it off. There we go. And yeah, we'll grab the bigger bag because the small bag is, it's only got about 19 litres in, if I remember. But we're going to have to run this back to the yard, and, well, we may even have to run it up to the shop and grab a load of seed, because I think we might even be out of it in our shed, which would not be good. Right, let's just plonk that in there. Like so. Perfect. And then this can get going again. Load it up. Close it down. Get this. And we want nearest waypoint. And away you go. And hopefully that shouldn't leave us with any scaps. Good. It's not going to be going for very much longer, though, because we've only got 58 litres, 50 odd litres left of seed. So, yeah, we need to go and grab some seed. Thankfully, we still have 3 bags of seed here in the shed, so I'm just going to grab it on the hook and take it out to the field. We're not going to need all 3 bags to finish what we're doing on field 12B today. We are going to, we're going to possibly need it when we get a little bit closer. But at the moment, I think we're all right. And with our 7810 turning around, that's going to be perfect. Right, let's get that. Let's get into this. Still got 28 litres of seed, thankfully. Will that open up? Or do I need to wait for them? No, I'm going to have to wait for them. Okay, so the start of the row, we will stop them there. Like so. That was a little bit weird. It didn't, I had to actually take the hired worker off it. I've lost control of the, let's try that. I've lost control of the, whole thing. Oh, that's because I'm jumped into the Massey. That's interesting. So, it's got the Kubota passenger script in, and I have it. But yeah, I jumped into the Massey at the back. That was weird. But it's sort of, I wonder if that's what's interfering, whether there's something there that's causing a weirdness. That means manual attach isn't working. It's an odd one, really. Let's get the seed in. That should be enough seed to do the rest of the field, because, well, we only had 138 litres in last time, and that was easily enough to sort the rest, or sort, what, about halfway through the field where we are at the moment. I think we're heading for a field of sorghum on our current wheat field, on field 1. I don't see how right now we're going to get this field finished and field 3 and the Anfield one. So I think we're going to end up seeding field 1 next time with sorghum. Let's close that up, bring that up, and away we go. Perfect. Our seeder is off again. And yeah, still doing canola. Getting to the point now where I have a lot less space. So what I'm having to do is in these headlands, I'm turning earlier, trying to make sure that I have some overlap, and then heading back onto the field. And it seems to be working for the most part. I'm going to have a little bit of cleaning up to do on this headland, I think, but mostly we're doing fairly well. We are coming to the end of this field here, which is good news. We are not quite there yet with the seeder, which is less good news, but it is doing okay. It is getting through there with the canola, and hopefully we're going to be in a position where it finishes in the not too distant future. We're probably going to do in the meantime is try and work out what other jobs need doing in the next couple of days. I think we're going to have to go and do a contract. I think it's unavoidable at this point. There is very little money in the pot, and we have got to buy a whole load of lime to do both field 12C and field 6. So both of those need liming before we can go any further with them. And they need seeding in the very near future as well. So while we get the seeder going on field 1 next time, I expect we'll have to go and get some lime and get things sorted on our other 2 fields, because we have until the end of next month to get our sorghum planted. So yeah, any way I look at it, it's all pretty tight. Yeah, it's soybeans we're going to look at putting into field 1, isn't it? That's what we're going to have to look into doing there. Wow, massively off the end of that track, but we can clear that up next time. That'll be fine. On the last little section up to our divide here, and this should be pretty good. Now that we've got Courseplay in a position where it can sort out those bits, that's really good. It means that we can properly run these as separate fields. We'll be able to get Courseplay to do what we want on it as separate fields as well, which is great news. And yeah, we'll be just in a wonderful position going forwards to make sure that we can actually harvest field 12 as 3 separate fields. I can't turn around in that space. Oh, just do not have enough turn circle with this tractor. It is so bad for that. Right, and I do keep going on about that. But we got a little bit of cleanup to do here. I've got a row there to do, and then come back and into that corner. So we'll get this cleared up. Doesn't mean I've got to turn on the field here, but it's kind of all over the place in this corner because of what we've had to do. And it's fine anyway. So let's bring that round and finish this off. And then see if we can get this into this corner here. Or there. And yes, it's done that section a little bit too, but that's all right. I'll pull beyond that tractor there. And we can stop this. Because, yeah, that tractor there has a little way more to go. And it does worry me slightly. Our timing is pretty good, though, because this is down to, well, the last 16 litres of fertilizer. So we need to stop it and open it up. I have taken the time down to 5 times because I would like to get these fields done today. And it seems that time is running away from us. This took an entire bag of fertilizer last time. In fact, I wonder if this holds more than 1,000 litres of fertilizer. Very, very possible that, yeah, no, in fact it does. It holds over 1,000 liters of fertilizer. 1,013 in there. Oh, you see, yeah, it does. We have the passenger mod. I'm wondering if there's some interference from that with the setup for manual attach. I may have to remove that specialization and have a play around and just see what happens. So all the remaining fertilizer we have is now in here. Let's back this up. Open that. Nearest waypoint. And away you go. And hopefully it's got enough in here left to finish. Our 7810 is nearing the end of this field now. It's on the 2 headlands, which have actually worked out really, really well as a sort of space for it to turn around in. So I'm quite happy with that. What I'm thinking, though, is rather than moving on to field 3 next, we might take this up to field 1 and get the barley planted. Field 1 is a much bigger field compared to field 3, and it's a higher yield that we'll get on it, and as a field that we can mess around with and maybe take out a rotation a little bit. Field 3 is a better choice than field 1. Also, it had soybeans in it last year, so if I actually avoid doing soybeans and we go with sorghum instead on 3 fields, field 3 is not a field that adds a massive amount of extra crop, and that we can muck about with the rotation a little bit next year. I think we're looking at soybeans being a late or sorghum being a late harvest, so that would move on to canola and then wheat or barley next year. So we could always put some spring wheat or some spring barley in it at the point at which we're looking to plant next year. So I don't think it's a massive problem. I think field 3 is probably our better candidate for field to miss out on today. It is, of course, 20 past 3 though, so hopefully this can get field 1 planted today, and we have enough stuff to do it as well, because that's the other big worry. With the 7810 coming up on its final headland, what I can do now though is get us in position with our rollers and start trying to roll the field. We'll follow behind the seeder doing this, and that way we can get started nice and quickly, get a row or 2 going before our seeder finishes the field, and we can then go and move that across. I'm very wary about putting this tractor with these rollers on a hired worker. I don't think it would work. I think it would get in all sorts of muddles if we tried it. So yeah, I'm not gonna try that. I think we're better off not trying to do that. What we can do though is bring this in here behind and get started on rolling it. Look at that, straight in, straight off. And yeah, this is definitely wider than our seeder. Our 7810 is done, so let's oh yep, that's all stopped. Perfect. Start the engine up. And how is our field looking? So in here, yeah, we are fully well, we're fully planted. We are nicely rolling. We've got, where are we? Yep, and it's full of canola. Perfect. Yeah, that barley field is actually slightly bigger. Oh, and you know what? I am going to go and do the canola. We've not got a huge amount. Field 3 is closer, and I think we'll get through that today, whereas field 1, I think, will struggle. We will try and work out the best crop to put in field 1. It's probably going to be something like soybeans. And I don't mind having that nice big cash injection between you know, coming up to harvest. That's always useful. So over to here, field 3, and we've not got a huge amount of fertilizer. So I think we'll pop up to the barn, grab some fertilizer and dump it in. We had one last bag of fertilizer that we can put in. So let's get that done. Yeah, sticking to my original plan. We're going to put canola in here and get that all done. Let's pop out to the hired worker screen. We want to create job. Target position, that top corner there. Field position, that corner there. Target is not a field. There we go. So field position there. There we go. Course generator, same course as before. Generator fieldwork course. Nice and instant. Starting in this corner, ending in the top corner. Pretty perfect. Right. Let's fold that back down. Bring up our thing here. And hopefully this will all be enough to get... Or this will be enough to just get it to go. Off you go. And yep. Away it goes. Right. This needs to go and get the trailer and return to the shed. And the rolling needs to continue. Just turned 5:30. We are about halfway through this field. And yeah, I think even slowing the time down to 5 times, I was about right. We are going to manage to get field 3 planted today. I have had to alter the fertilizer a little bit, because if we have a look at this, you can see here that our nitrogen level is actually really quite high across most of the field. So we've over fertilized, which is more a waste of fertilizer than anything else. And you can see now where we're doing 140, 160, which is about right for the canola going into at least that part of the field. So I've adjusted that a little bit and got that going. We have this field in pretty good shape. I'm still having to do some massive turns to get around. This end of the field, easy enough to maneuver. You know, we have the space. Other end of the field, not so much. And as I was saying before, and as we had on the other field, we are going to have to do a little bit of cleanup on the headland at the far end. But it's all good otherwise. However, I feel that we've pretty much covered everything I want to cover today. We are going to get field 3 done and dusted, so that will all be planted today. This field, I will probably spend a little bit of time off camera just finishing this off, getting this rolled, and then we'll be in a position where this field is done. I'll roll field 3 as well before the end of the day. And that will mean all of these fields will be done in time for the end of April. And yes, field 1, we will put an alternative crop in because we haven't been able to actually get it done. We've got a little bit of a cash flow problem today, and we're going to need to get that sorted before we can continue doing our seeding. Unfortunately, we've missed the window now to get the barley into field 1. So what we're going to have to do is put something else into there. But first, we can't really get any hired workers going or anything like that unless we get some cash in. So I've got an idea. Normally, if I had a lot of free time, what I would do is go do a whole load of contracts, get some money in and go from there. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time and we need to get something done quickly. Thankfully, we've got a couple of quick contracts that can be done. 213 to hire the stuff for field 20, but I don't like those bale carriers. So I'm not going to do the one on field 20. I'll do the one on field 5. It's really, really close to us as well, and should be fairly quick to do. Only downside is that windrower, which I'm not a huge fan of, but we should be able to get through this fairly quickly. So let's borrow the items for that. And then we can head back out here, not to our landy, but to our equipment. And I'm going to use this today. This little Lintner Lint track. Really maneuverable little tractor. Should be absolutely fantastic for doing grass work, I think. And I don't get to use this tractor often enough. It's got the four-wheel steer on it, and it's just a cracking little piece of kit. So let's hook that up to the rear mower. And then if we reverse up here, hoping I've got enough space. Yeah, there we go. We can then hook it up to the front mower as well. Perfect. And yeah, field 5 is not that far away. It is just, in fact, northwest of us. It is one of the fields that is on our target list. We want to add it to the farm eventually. It would just be a small arable field rather than being a grass field if we were to use it. But right now, it's a great little field for us to do a silage bale contract on. And the great thing about a silage bale contract as well is we should make a decent amount of money from the excess silage bales, especially on a field this sort of size. I mean, it looks like a small field on the map. It's not that small. Right, let's unfold that bale, unfold that mower, unfold the rear one as well. Close the gate. Completely forgotten that the gates on Attingham have the triggers on the gates and not just where they are, which is quite cool. And then we want to start the mowing in from this point here. Let's start the rear mower up, start the front mower up, and then we can drop, and away we go. And I want to try and adhere to the edge of this field. I don't know exactly where the edge is. I'm kind of going from where it is on the map. And we'll see if we can keep ourselves inside it enough to just get a good cut. Yeah, I think we're all right. It doesn't go right up to the edge of the water, interestingly. And it doesn't go further than the tree line up here. It sort of cuts across at this point here. Yeah, right up to that tree there. And then back round. And you can see the maneuverability of this tractor as I get around the corner. Didn't miss. Oh no, missed a few tufts of grass going around it because it swings right round. That is, yeah, fantastic, this little tractor on these mowers. So this should allow us to get through this job fairly quickly. 2 headlands done. That should be enough for us to turn, especially with the maneuverability of this tractor. So I'm going to back up and we'll cut in. I might square things off a little bit. So yeah, come in and we'll cut into here like that. I want to get myself to 270 degrees. There we are. And then we can go straight across like that. We'll eyeball it. We're not going to use GPS. We're trying to get away from using too much of the modern tech. So I have said that we can use it on contracts if we want to. I don't think we need to use it on this contract. It's a contract that, you know, should be fairly easy for us to get through. And doing it this way means that we're opening the field up, and you can see the speed and the space that this turns around in. It is just such a maneuverable little tractor. And I absolutely love that about it. And yeah, we're going to end up squaring up this field fairly quickly and getting through the rest of this cut. In fact, yeah, looking at it, we're about halfway through what we need to, actually cutting the field. That has very nicely squared that end bit of the field off. I've got a little bit on this corner to do. But that is brilliant. I'm really, really happy with that. how well that's all come together. And then we'll just go around the edges of the rest of the field and get it all cut, which is great. And we'll have some money for our farm in no time. I think what we might end up doing is maybe taking another contract and getting Courseplay to do it and run round, get it cut and sorted, because we'll make far more money getting Courseplay to go and run a contract like that than we will from it'll cost from us doing it. So that would be quite good. And if we can get a good follow me going for that as well, that's likely to do really well. For now, though, this is just absolutely cracking. I'm loving this little tractor. It's so useful. And up to the end of it, and we are done. Fantastic. Let's lift and off. Yeah, so that lifts and deactivates. I got a button that I think folds everything up, which is quite cool. To be able to fold everything at the touch of a button is brilliant. Let's bring this all up here and out to the gate. So we're going to head back to the shop. We will grab the windrower and we'll come back and get started rowing up the field. So back with the windrower, and I think the first one we want to do is again go round the field clockwise. So close the gate, get us started up and down, yeah, and then try and pull everything away from the edge as much as possible, so that we're not ending up with it saying that we don't have access to the land that we're trying to bail any of this on. Should get away with just a single headland and then rowing up the center of the field. Yeah, I think we'll be fine for that. And that is the headland done. So I got it a little bit at an odd there, but it's fine. We want to come now and start from this edge here and start rowing up. That way we're pushing again into the field, and means that we are creating rows across. And yeah, this is also the fiddliest bit. So we can bring this in here and row it up, and in no time we'll have the field ready for the baler. Originally, I'd considered doing 2 of these contracts to give us a bit of extra money, but on reflection, it would have taken us a bit long, I think, to get them done. Ideally, we want to be getting back to seeding and back to sorting our fields out, because if we don't, we are, again, like last month, going to run out of time. We have 3 fields that need planting. Before we can plant field 6, though, it needs lime, and before we can plant field 12C, it needs both lime and needs to be cultivated. So it's going to be a tough one. We also need to roll each field after it's planted too, so we don't really have enough tractors to do what we need to do. I think we are going to have to put the lime spreading to the county. I think the county is going to have to go on the lime spreader while field 1 is getting seeded, because if we can do the lime spreading with the county, then we'll be in a position where we can immediately start doing a field next time. Or we are going to end up with 2 fields that aren't yet limed and both need seeding next time. So yeah, we can break things down a little bit and lime everything today. It's going to take a little bit of lime, though, is the other trouble. So there is that as well. We've got to buy that. But if we can get the seeder going and get it doing the job, that would be grand. Don't think we've got anything overly useful today in here. No, we've got an M5 series Kubota, a Mac 2R from Antonio Carrero. This would be great. I really, really want one of these. 22,000 though is way out of our price range at the moment. But wow. The configuration I want as well would be an extra 27,000 on top. So yeah, 49,900. We can't afford that at the moment. But we do eventually want that. We want to be doing the slurry onto our fields as well. So we're gonna need that stuff from the Pumps and Hoses pack. Bought a load of it on the live stream on Saturday evening. We've now got it on our Greenlands farm, and yeah, we need about 150,000 just to set up the equipment we need for that, and that's if we just did that setup. If we want to do the cultivation setup, that is going to cost us even more. So it's going to be a pricey bit to get the Pumps and Hoses stuff set up. It's going to be worth it at the end of the day. I think first what we're going to have to do is get another tractor. So we've got our eye out for the possibility of another tractor. I'm very much thinking a 7610 or 6810 or something along those lines would fit the farm really well, and would give us the extra tractor that we are actually going to sorely need going forward. There we are. We have one more row to go, and then this will all be rowed up and we can get the baler out onto it. So bam, there we are. This is pretty cool. I'm very, very pleased. It is not yet 10 in the morning, and as a result we are well ahead of where we need to be. We should get this finished. We've only got to bale, wrap and collect these bales, and we'll get a nice little bit of income from this today, which will get us back out of this negative situation we're in, actually be able to hire some workers and get some seeding done and some liming. So at this point, I'm actually going to switch tractors, and we're going to get the little Fent out that we've got with this contract. I think it's good to vary things a little bit and get that going. So out of here, into here, start her up. And yeah, this is a little Fent 314. I think it's got about the same horsepower as our Lintner Lintrack. Hook that up like so, and out we go to the field. Yeah, this should do quite well on the back of this little Pottinger baler. Right, let's unfold it, turn it on, and then drop it down. And this is why I left this a little bit uneven, because we can just come straight in at that point, and we know we're going to finish at the entrance there rather nicely as well, without too much hassle. We want to get lots of bales off here, and already we've not gone very far before the first bale comes out. This could end up paying very well for us. I think I quite like this little baler. We're almost up to the end of the headlands. We've got how many are we up to? We're up to 8 bales. This will be our 8th bale off the headland, which is really good. I don't think we'll get a 9th. I don't think there's quite enough here to do that. But that's fantastic. Yeah, so half a bale off the remaining headland. But we're gonna have a good 12.5 bales off here. We might end up having to do 2 trips with the bale trailer, which isn't a huge problem. I am quite happy to do that, and especially if it gets us extra bales. We can take 14 bales in the trailer in total. Please stop rolling. I'm gonna have to stop that with the tractor, otherwise we're gonna end up with a bale in the water. So what we'll do is we'll just stop the tractor there, let the bale hit it, and then the bale, yep, there we go. Gotta watch that. That is not good. We don't want to lose a bale in the water because every single one of these bales is worth a load of money to us. So yeah, definitely want to avoid that. Should be all right. This field tends to level out in a bit, and we should avoid having that kind of thing happen again. But it's got a really nice wide pickup, this baler as well. So it's getting a lot of stuff I thought it was going to miss, which is just excellent news. On the final row, we got 22 bales out so far. This will be our 23rd. With any luck, we will have just enough grass to make 24 off here, which will be fantastic. So we're looking at 24 bales in total. 24 divided by, well, I need to find 80%. So 24 divided by 10 is 2.4 times 8 is 4.8. 9.6 would be half. Oh, I can't work it out on top of my head. This baler is going to have a little bit more grass in it, but it's not going to be enough for another one. But 80% of 20 would be 16, and 80% of 4 is not doable. So, yeah. I think we're going to have to do about 16, I think 19 bales out of 24. So that means we should get 5 bales worth for ourselves, which will be brilliant. I mean, that is a lot of money in silage bales for us on top. So now we just need to get these bales all wrapped up so that we can get them collected. Not too long that this should take us. I'm going to try and collect bales up in the middle of the field a bit as well. So take this from here and we'll go and drop it over this way. Fairly swift with the wrapper. Unload it. Right. And then we'll go and get another one. Not the quickest way to do this, but it will speed things up when we come to get them collected. I've got quite a nice little row of bales going in the middle of this field now. And yeah, just sort of backing up, lining them up so that we should be able to just come along with the bale transport, pick them up, and away we go. Oh, so many bales on this field. I am impressed with the amount of bales on here. For a £4,000 contract, it's a lot of bales. And I'm really actually quite hoping that the 80% is not going to be the requirement, and it's going to be a bit lower. Has been on other baling contracts recently as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens with this. 125 centimeter bales, I meant to mention earlier, are the only thing that our baler was capable of. So that's part of the reason why we have so many bales. But at the same time, that does mean that, yeah, it may take fewer bales to complete the contract. And maybe we'll end up with more bales for us to make money from. Drop that off and just, well, we've got a fair few still to go. I think I might start a second row. So, been collecting the bales up in the middle of the field. We've got one row of 14, which should be a full set for our bale or our auto stacker. And then the other 10 I'm putting in a row on this side here. This is going to mean that we get a very nice pile of bales and money, and should put us in a great position. As I said, I'm just worried about getting everything done. We've got a limited amount of time to get 3 fields planted, and this is the problem we had last month. We did manage to get 3 fields planted, but it took us 4 days to do it. And now we have 2 days, well, a day and a half at this point to get 3 fields planted, and 2 of them need preparing. One of them needs preparing fully, as in it has absolutely no... it's not been cultivated or anything yet, so we can't even put the seeder on it if we needed to as an emergency. And yeah, that is not a great position to be in. At least we should have some cash at the end of this. And as I said, oh, no, we're too far out. Let's see if we can't be a little bit slower, more haste, less speed, and get this collected up. So 3 more to go. And then we can go and get our bale trailer and collect all these up. Final bale. Let's get this into position, and then we'll go up and get the bale stacker. So just put that there. Unload it. Perfect. And then fold this up, and we'll go and get the bale stacker. Now, if ever you have a situation where you've bought a load of equipment, or you've got a contract on here and you're wondering where the last piece of equipment is, pop around the back of this shed here, and more often than not, that is where you will find it. So there's 2 places at the Attingham Park shop that has equipment spawning. And that is, yeah, around the back of the shed here, and then also out in front of the workshop shed as well. If ever you're missing anything, that's the place to go and look. Okay, so let's unfold this, or get the pickup up. Yeah, so it's not unfolding it, it's turning it on, basically. And line up, and we should have a fairly easy pickup for all of the bales on here now. 1, and we just then slowly move forward and pick them all up. I underestimated how many bales this bale trailer takes. I thought it only took 14. I think that's one of the other ones. It actually is going to take more than that. Whether it takes the full 24, I don't know, but we're going to try and fit 10 more on here. We look like we have space for 10 more on here. Which would be incredibly prescient for this this trailer to take the exact number of bales that are on this field. But hey-ho, if it works, great. Yep, 24 bales, not 14. That is perfect. So we're going to get all of the bales off this field in one go. Really, really pleased with that. That means we are limited to just a single journey down to the BGA to get this done, and we'll get this all sold all at once, and then we can immediately crack back to the farm and get the seeding started, and hopefully get some get some liming started as well. We need to, what we really need to do is lime field 6 today, although probably need to lime field 12C more. It's difficult because we have 2 jobs to do on 12C. It's going to be very hard to get us in a position where we can start seeding next time and immediately and have something to do on one of the other fields. Back to the old farm. This is the first time I've been down this way and done on this Let's Play for this farm. This, of course, is where we had our role play in FS19, and had a lot of fun on in this area. Couldn't feel I could do it justice going forward in FS22, which is why I didn't continue it. But yeah, I really like this area. And this, of course, is the BGA. Where is the unload point? Is that it there? Okay. So we want to try and unload this straight into here. I'm just going to check that we have a box. We do, immediately in front of it. So let's pull this forwards and then back it up a bit and then unload into there, and hopefully it just straight away takes it. Yeah, so out we go. It's not taking them. This could be a problem. These are silage bales and this is the unload point. It's not taking the silage bales. Okay, I think we've come across a problem, and that is that the biogas plant doesn't actually appear unless you own it. That's a little bit of an issue. We can't deliver the bales for this contract. So Attingham Livestock Services is the only other place we can deliver bales to on here. We're going to deliver them all. We will then count that as complete. So we'll make sure that we get in as much money as we had. It should cost us a load of money to cancel the contract, which this should then mitigate. If it leaves us in the minus numbers, well, I'm going to... What I will do, actually, is we will sell this, and the idea will be to keep 20% of whatever these sell for. So let's unload this, which is probably going to be less money than we were going to have in the first place, which is what's so annoying about this. Right, and then drop these off. Okay, I've got them all in there. Just don't ask me how. We have 24,527. I think we want to, well, how much should we make off that? So let's work this out. That gave us 25,968 is wrong. 26,268. So the total we should get from that, and we should be left with, is 5,253. Okay, so let's cancel this contract. So cancel that. Yes, has cost us nothing. Okay, fine. We will go with what we have. Collect it, and we're out. Fantastic. I'm going to stick with this. If he doesn't want to charge me for the bales we didn't deliver, that's even better. Okay, so that is really good news. I do not know what's going on at the moment. I am very, very lost right now. How much seed do we have in here? We've got 166 litres solid fertilizer, 396 litres of seed. Let's empty out the remaining seed in this and get that started. We'll get our 7810 going. And yeah, it's very, very confusing right now. We don't have enough tractors. We don't have enough, and we don't have enough time. We need to get a field seeded, even if it isn't fully fertilized, because I have no fertilizer left. But we can go and get some, so maybe that's the plan. Let's get this started, get it out onto field 1. Oh, what are we going to seed? Let's have a look at what we're in the window for. So, crop calendar. We can seed corn, sunflowers, soybeans, potatoes, sugar beets, sorghum. I think we're going to put sorghum. I think all 3 fields, to keep things nice and simple, we're going to put sorghum into. So, let's switch over to that. Yeah, there it is. Where did it go? There's our sorghum. So, yeah, we'll get this sorted. And then from here, we can sort things nicely. Yeah, look at that. What the heck? That's why that's having problems. Can I then disconnect this? Yeah, no, it won't disconnect the hoses. That's the trouble. It's this. Oh. Oh, for a moment they were there. Maybe that's what's happened. Yeah, get that right down. No, can't detach hoses. Because this thing moves, it's causing me all sorts of problems. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. But yeah, that's why we seem to have the issue with detaching the hoses. Because of the moving... hitch. I think if that hitch had been done a different way, if it had been an unfolding hitch, that would have been better, and would have worked with this much, or made that work much better. Anybody does know how I could add that hitch into the unfolding setup, I would be really grateful, because that would be useful. Right, let's get this started then. So, hired worker, field, field 1 over here, create job, horseplay field work, field position there, target position there in that direction, going clockwise around, same setup as we had last time. Let's generate a course, and that is exactly the course I want, starting at the top, finishing at the bottom. Let's go and put our tractor in the right place, and yeah, trying to get this to disconnect those pipes. I don't know how that will work. Right, our application rate for this we've got to up, because this is loams, so this is going to use even more fertilizer, so that's why we've got to go and buy a load of that. And I don't think we can avoid at least hiring another tractor for next time. I think we'll end up with just an impossible situation if we do. So let's go first waypoint, and away you go, and in with the sorghum. If we're really lucky next time, we'll end up with a used 7610 or something in the shop. That would be absolutely awesome. I'm not expecting it. It would be very cool if it happened, but right now I don't think we're anywhere near that kind of luck for us. We are going to need quite a bit of fertilizer for this field, I think. So, big bags. Let's get some double top. And 8 bags of that is going to be 12,000. If we don't use it on here, we can use it on elsewhere. So, I am just going to buy 8 bags of fertilizer. Yeah, we're going to need 8 bags of the those are all seeds. We're going to need 8 bags of the lime as well, so we might as well pick those up while we're here. Perfect. And voila, I just need to get these loaded up. So our fertilizer is up here. I've got both my little both these tractors up here. I think we're just going to have to go into the evening and get these done, because, well, we can't afford to be 3 fields behind again. Should have enough seed, I think, to get it done. Fertilizer, it is eating it up like nothing else, and it's going to take having all 3 of these tractors here, I think, to get it done. But that is where we're going to have to leave it. It's been a weird day here on the farm. That tractor is going to be going into the evening. We will get this all finished and done and dusted, so that we're not racing to do so much next time. As I see, honestly, no other way of doing it. We're headed up to the shop to start off with because we need to make a small change for what we're going to do today. I've got no rear weight on here. We need a rear weight really that we can connect a trailer to. I've got hold of a couple that should help us with this. In fact, I wanted something a little bit more rustic to go on our tractor. I had got a New Holland weight, but I think the barrel weights will be better. We've got a 600 kilogram and a 900 kilogram. I'm going to put the 900 on the back considering the weight of some of our trailers. We should be able to put it in the New Holland blue as well. I don't know if we have... Oh, we do. We have a New Holland decal on it that will cost us nothing. Just going to go through and have a look and see if there's anything else. No, so we are going to put a New Holland decal on it. And yeah, 900 kilograms should do us fairly well. This will cost us £340, so not a massive amount out. But will mean that we can now more easily connect our trailer up to the tractor. We have a bit of an issue today in that it is the last day of May. We have to get all of our crops in the last 2 fields today, and neither field is actually ready to go. So we are going to go and take this up to... We're going to go actually connect our trailer on and take this up to the top of field 12, so field 12C, which needs both covering with some lime and working. So we're going to concentrate on that field first. We also have a problem, though, that our fields need weeding. We need to roller these fields after we seed them. Yeah, we've got to seed them as well. So we've got 3 tractors, a lot of work to do, and only £890 left. So hopefully we're not going to spend too much with the hired workers as well. So let's get this all hooked up. We've taken the joules off the 7810 for now. That is going to be starting off doing the liming for us. And yeah, the liming is the thing that's going to take the most time. So we want to get that out of the way quickly. Can we not connect this? Please let me connect this up to this. I think this has a top hitch on it. I think our weight is probably a top hitch. So, yeah, I'm going to have to go and just change things over a bit because our tractor here doesn't actually have a top hitch. So that's why we've put the bottom hitch on it. But that is a bit of a problem because we now need a top hitch for our barrel weight. So we'll back this trailer into here. I should be able to get the hitch changed over even with all of our bags on here. Let's disconnect that. And then over to here. Can we get into the workshop? Oh, let me get into the workshop. There we go. Customize the trailer. Yeah, we've got a low attacher. We can put a high attacher on it. Customize. Yes. Won't cost us anything to do that. Everything is still on the trailer. And I think, oh, it will still connect, although it is fairly low. But that should be all right. And that will make things a little bit quicker for us to get everything out to the field. This is not going according to plan. Right, so yeah, our barrel weight is great, except that it puts too much weight on the back when we're picking up a trailer like this. I love this Johnson trailer, but it looks like we might have to get a trailer that does the that is a dolly trailer in order to effectively use this barrel weight with stuff on the field. Shouldn't be too difficult. For now, what I'm going to do is get this down to the field and we'll drop the weight off and get the trailer down here as well. So today's plan is going to be both very simple and slightly complicated. We have priorities, basically. We have a priority to get our fields planted. So 12C and field 6 are the 2 fields we have to plant. Now 12C completely needs to be limed. So let's bring up precision farming here and bring up the soil pH. So yeah, this field here needs to be completely limed, as does field 6. So we're going to go through and do that now. Then this field 12C also needs to be mulched. In fact, it looks like 12C is harvested. It should be harvested, which is interesting. It's not marked as anything at the moment. I don't think... Actually, I think we've... Oh, no, it's mulched. This field is mulched. So if we have a look in here, you can see the mulched is on here. So should it be able to be seeded yet, we need to send our cultivator over it. Yeah, it's not cultivated or anything. So yeah, that needs to run over it. Same, but that doesn't need to happen in field 6. So we're going to use 7810. We're going to get this field started. We're then going to get our 118440 county doing the cultivating on here, or with the power harrow. And then once we've got both of these fields done with lime, what we'll be able to do is come back and start the seeding on here, and that will be what the 7810 does for the rest of the day. Once the county has finished on this field, what that will then do is go and do the... Well, I can either set it doing the rolling, or I can set it doing the weeding. And I think what we'll probably do is get that doing the weeding on a hired worker and see if we can weed our 3 fields. So 12A, 12B, and field 3. Yeah, field 3 all need weeding. So we'll grab a weeder, we'll hire one of those and get them doing that. And then finally, why is that? Have we got fertilizer in this? We have still got fertilizer in this, so we'll need to unload that. Let's move this out the way. Actually, no, should be able to just unload this, and then this will refill. So let's try that. So unload. Yep. Where'd the bag go? It is off to the side over here. So yeah, we need to move that out of the way. And this should fill this up. And then finally, what we can do is the little forward here, we can set this rolling. We can go rolling with it for the 3 fields we're going to have to roll today. So it's going to be a busy old day for all of our tractors and the farm in total. So having done this, and I'm going to have to move that fertilizer bag out the way. And then what we're going to do is get started on the lime. And I think these bags are going to do sort of once around or one length of the field. It tends to be how they've been going before we have to go and fill up again. So fair amount of work to get done to get these fields limed, and I think that's going to take a big chunk of the day. So yeah, let's get to it. Wow, that didn't even last a full row. Oh, this is going to be a lot of back and forth getting this to be filled up. I think, well, no, a bigger lime spreader we don't need, because after this year, we're not going to need to do the lime for a good long while. So yeah, this is more a fertilizer spreader than a lime spreader, and it's just going to take a lot of us going back and forth. We are now 3 rows in, and we've just run out of lime again. So what we're going to do now is get the tractor, our county, started with the cultivating. We're going to have to do a row ourselves to get it started, otherwise it's going to head into 12B and undo a whole load of work that we've already done to get those fields done. Now, what we're looking to do is have, as I said, have this field ready and done. I'm a little bit alarmed by how much lime we're using. We're already 5 bags in. I think we may be about halfway through the field though, which is good. What we've got to be careful of is, is basically not having enough lime to do field 6. However, my watchword today very much is let's get all the crops in. Let's make sure these fields are all planted, because if we don't have something in the ground, then we won't make any money off it. Whereas if we try and maximize the yield on everything, we are not going to get all of the fields done. So we will get this field sorted. We'll start getting some crop into this. If we don't have enough money to do field 6, then what we'll do is we'll just end up not liming field 6 and getting that planted as well. If both fields get planted, great. That's exactly what we want. Same if we can get all of the weeds gone, or we can get all of the fields, all the planted fields rolled, that would be great too. But if we can't manage that, we'll live with the slightly lower yield. Now, as I said, I'm doing the first row here so that we can create a little bit of a barrier between these two fields. I haven't created a course course for 12C yet. We will be doing it. I will define those, but I'm going to do it off camera because it's a little bit more involved getting it done on custom fields like that. And then we will be able to get these fields done easily enough. If you want me to do a tutorial video on how to do custom fields in Courseplay, please let us know in the comments. I'm very intrigued and interested to see if you guys want to see that sort of video. And yeah, I might just do it. This though is off, and we can get back to the liming. Well, I've found one way to offset the weight of the trailer being hitched to the back. We've got a pile of lime on the front, and that seems to be doing the trick for me to be able to move this. So it's pretty cool. Plus, we've got a little bit less weight on the back of here now. We are 2/3 of the way through the field. We've only got 4.5 bags plus what we've got on here left. So I reckon we've got 2 more runs up and down the field after this one. So 3 in total, plus that little bit at the end. I don't think we're going to be able to lime field 6, which is not the end of the world. What we can do instead is hook this up to the seeder and get it up there and start actually seeding field 6 instead, which I think would be a really good idea. Get that done nice and early. I am just completely out of cash to actually get lime onto that field now, and there is just no time to go and earn some extra money. So what we'll do is we will get this field done, and then yeah, I think we'll go and start seeding field 6 to get that moving. Our field is almost done. We've just got this section here to do. That's the good news, because it's only 10:37, so that will be this field in a position to fully get seeded soon. The bad news about that though is that, well, we're almost out of lime, which means we have no money to buy any more. We can't get any extra for field 6. And yeah, field 6, as I suspected, we are going to have to seed without without liming it. It's going to be a problem from that point of view. We will have enough though to complete this field. So this field now, fairly big priority to have this seeded by the end of the day. We have yeah, we're gonna have to roll all 3 of these fields, so I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that, but that should be possible with at least one of our tractors. We might end up just using the little Ford to do that. And yeah, we are done with the lime on here. We've got 2 bags left, and I don't think that is enough to do field 6. Field 6's lime situation is not looking great. If I could target maybe, so our target is 7. And yeah, we need to hoist it up by a full single pH And yeah, we're just nowhere near that. Whereas our fields down here, we've got a 6.75, which is good, and a 7, which is our target. So I'm quite happy with the state of the rest of our fields. It is purely field 6 is below what we need. But as I said, we've only got 456 pounds, and we do not have enough to go and buy more lime. Really, I could probably buy a bag, but field 6 is well, what size is field 6? Let's have a quick look. This is a total of 2.5 acres, and field 12 in total is whopping 10. Yeah, so I think we might get away with it with like 8 or 9 bags, but we're not going to get away with it with 10. In fact, how big is... We can do this and select 12B, and that should tell me how big my course play areas are. Yeah, if I can select that. No, having... there we go. 2.94 acres versus 2.54. So yeah, it's going to be about the same to get it done. And we just don't have 10 bags. We don't have the ability to buy 9 more bags of this. It's just way too expensive. Have a look in here. Lime, 350. Yeah, we could buy a single bag. So yeah, not possible. We are gonna have to do with what we've got here, and maybe we can raise it on part of the field. Maybe that is a good way to go. We'll go and spread as much lime as we've got left, raise as much of field 6 as we can, and oh, I may have to put a bag on the back of this, because yeah, that is I think we'll have to find another way to get this over to the field, because that is not working. So I've got both of our tractors up to the field here, and yeah, we're just going to use up the last of the lime. There's probably 3 full spreaders here worth that we can get onto the field. I'm not gonna get very far on this field with that. That's maybe gonna get me 2 rows done, I think. It's not gonna be a massive amount, but it's better than nothing, and that's kind of what we need to do at the moment. In fact, looking at this, our application rate we might be able to bring down a little bit. So let's 0.75 would actually be good. So that would be really helpful. In fact, most of our field doesn't need a massive increase, which is brilliant. So yeah, we should be able to get around this field. We'll go a little bit further than I was expecting, and in fact, in keeping with what we've been doing earlier, I'm going to take it just slightly below and make it all go further to try and bring it all up, and that should then mean we end up with a good application rate rather than a perfect application rate, which in itself is no bad thing. That is going to improve the yield, and just putting that little bit less lime on here, getting it up to that good application, is going to mean that we have a we get more of the field up to that level. And it appears this is going to be our last load. It's not 3 full sets we have. It is just 1 3/4 by the looks of it. So yeah, this field is going to be a long way from fully done with lime. But it is going to have a strip down this side that is looking pretty good. Let's take that back down, because I put it up for the far end of the field. And then actually what I'm going to do is the area we've got here that we can get up to a much better level, I am just going to see if we can do all of this here. So looking on my map, there should do, and it just means the entrance area to this field is going to have a better setup and be of a better pH than the rest of the field. Not much I can do for the rest of it, but yep, there we go. That is as much lime as we have completely emptied. Time to go back to the farm, get the dual wheels on this tractor, and start getting this field planted, I think. Back down to our farmyard, and our next piece of bad news is rearing its ugly head, and that is we are down to our last £100. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get our hired worker to finish the field it's on. Yeah, I'm really thinking it isn't. How far has he got across there? Let's have a look. So he's about, he's coming up to the halfway point. But I don't think there's going to be enough money there to actually complete that. As a result, I think we're going to have to sell something or do something that will give us a bit of cash back. Don't quite know what it is going to be. We need to have a look, I think. How much we've got money-wise we've got. So we've got our baler. We've got our trailer. We've got... This is rented? What have we got that's rented? So our mulcher is rented. I think we should return this. We're not going to... the idea was to eventually buy it. And to purchase would cost 18,000. We're not going to be able to buy that anytime soon, and it's not worth really having that kick about. So let's return that and reduce our monthly outgoings. The rollers, we need to have the car and the truck. So it's really a case of what have we got kicking around the farm that might be sellable. And to be perfectly honest, the only thing really is the animal transport. If I was to sell that, we'd be able to buy it back in the not too distant future. We have no use for it right now. And it would bring us in the money that would allow us to complete today. So as much as I hate to do this and hate to be having to sell off pieces of equipment, just so that we can survive, that's what we're going to have to do. Let's pull this forward. We'd actually then have enough money to go and lime the rest of that field. Dang it. I think we're going to have to do that. I think that is exactly what I'm going to have to do. Sell that, keep our hired worker going, and get the lime done on the rest of field 6. It is 12:30. It is still going to be a much longer day to go. I see no other alternative, though. So I use the Landy to do this. It's a little bit more stable, especially if we're going to load some lime onto the back. And it means we can get the tractor, well, the other 2 tractors back up that field. Judging by how much we used, I think we probably want to grab another 6 bags of lime in order to complete this. So let's... yeah, and we've run out of money at this point as well. So into here, and we'll sell this off. So livestock module, we'll repair it. We don't have enough money to repair it, so we're not going to get the full amount. But we will sell for 6,500. So that's fantastic. What we can then do is load this up with some more lime, and then we'll meet our 2 tractors back up at that field and get that finished, because yeah, we're in a position where we can still get all of this done. We just need to get it done. I've made it up here with the Landy and the trailer on the back. The rear suspension is not happy, but it has held for the most part. So let's get these unstrapped. And these 6 bags of lime hopefully are going to be enough to complete this field. And that will then validate us selling off our livestock trailer. As I said, we are not going to need the livestock trailer for a long while. It's going to be quite a time before our pigs are ready to be sold. So, yeah, we're fine on that account. What we need to do is get the pigs fed. Actually, I'm fairly sure they are in need of feeding, so we're gonna have to buy at least a bag of pig food. Let's have a quick look. I think the pigs probably are out of food at this point. No, they still have food. Fantastic. So they're still doing well, our piglets, and thankfully don't eat quite as much while they're this young. And yeah, that was quite a lot we spent on pig food a while ago, and it is still in there working away, so that's perfect. Not having to worry about the pigs for a while is actually quite a godsend. So we're coming to the end of this field. I just need to refill this. Looks like I didn't need 6. I think I maybe needed 5 to make sure that we could do it. Is this going to completely fill this? We may have only needed 4. No, it doesn't quite completely fill it. So we are going to need this one here. So yeah, that is 5 that I've had to load in. Didn't need the 6th, but as estimates go, that's not too bad. It does mean we're going to have a little bit of lime hanging around, but that'll be useful for when we come and buy another field, because we will have to lime another field if we buy it, most likely. This though is pretty much done. We've got all of here covered. It is 2:30 though, so once we got this done, we need to run back to the farm, put the dual wheels on this, and get it back up here to get this field seeded, and then that should free up our little Ford 2000 to maybe do some rolling. If it can take the rollers, that will be absolutely fantastic. So let's just get this last little corner here done like so, and then yeah, that is this field ready. Actually quite pleased that we made enough money from selling the livestock trailer to be able to get this field done. We are 65% full on this, so yeah, we did need this extra bag because it wouldn't actually, no, we didn't need to put that in there, but it's not the end of the world. I am going to go and get this tractor actually back to the farm, and then we can come and clear up and deal with our little Ford up here and the Landy once we've sorted this tractor out, got the dual wheels on it, and got the seeder on to come up here. Actually, looking at it and the fact that we'd have to fold all that up and everything in order to sort it, what I'm going to do is, well, we're going to empty this out, drop the remaining lime out of this into the shed, and put the dual, give this tractor a wash, and then put the dual wheels on it. We're then, I think we'll take the seeder down to field 12C, see if we can't get that seeding. So unload that. Yep. Take this forward. We got so much fertilizer in here. I hope it's going to be enough. And if it's more than enough, we might be able to get some of the money back for it from doing some contracts. Right there, and wash this down because we want all the lime off this if we're going to be doing seeding with it. And then once done this, I'll get the dual wheels on it and we'll take it down to 12C and see if we can't get the seeder putting in some crop into the ground down there. So our 7810 is clean and has the dual wheels back on it. We just need to refill it with seed and fertilizer. So I've got the little Forge 2000 back here as well. We are good there for seed, so that's all right. Just need to go and grab some fertilizer, and we can then refill our seeder up with this as well. A little bit further. Yeah, it's in the front. There we go. So refill that up. I need to put some fuel in the 7810 as well, so we'll sort that too. Just as soon as... Oh, wow, that took all of that fertilizer. I'll have to see how full that is. Oh, that will do. That should do us fine. Let's just bring this up here. Refill that. Close this up. Yep, like so. That refill it? No. If you walk away, it doesn't refill it. So I have to make sure we're okay. Still got plenty of diesel in there. And then we'll take this down the bottom. And like we did before, we will set up a single row and then set the tractor going across the rest of the field. I also have an idea on how we might get that last field sown without having to worry about this seeder being tied up. I think we have enough money now to maybe solve that problem. First row seeded down here on 12C. And now we should be able to line this up and just let it go across the rest of the field without too much problem. And then our other tractor should have plenty of time to finish this off and get this done. So away this goes. It is 4 in the afternoon before we're getting any seeding started though. So it's slightly worrying, and yeah, this is a fairly large field that needs doing. In the meantime, we're going to take this little Ford out of the yard because we have a job that we can do with it. Until the county finishes doing the work it's doing with the cultivator, with the power harrow, we can't do much else. So what we're going to do is just take this. I'm going to give it a wash because this tractor is very dirty. And then we're going to fill it up with some fuel and take it out to field 1. Because our rollers are out there, this should be very capable of pulling them. And it will allow us to get another job done. Which in what we have going on today is very, very important. Because, yeah, we need to get out of all of this as much as we can. Why can I not? There we go. Refuel it. Not much fuel in this tractor, which is quite good because it's nice and energy efficient. So we want to hook up to our rollers over here. And yeah, we are just leaving them around the farm. I have found another set of rollers that might be quite good. They're only 3,000, which we could buy today, but I want to kind of avoid. But this should be just as good. And yeah, look at it. Our little Ford doing the job, or doing a job that isn't a yard job. This little tractor is brilliant at this job. Really, really loving how easy it is to use this. So much nicer than using the county. I wish I'd used the county, this instead of the county last time we were rolling. Because, yeah, turning circle on this tractor, so much better, so much easier to turn around at the ends, and is making this job so much quicker as a result. And we're going to have field 1 rolled in no time. We may even then be able to head up to field 12B and start rolling behind the seeder. In fact, we might end up with all 3 jobs on the same field at the same time. Although I have a feeling the county may have finished by then. I think my biggest takeaway from this year is we definitely need another tractor. We have not been able to completely work everything. It is just gone 5:30, so yeah, we're gonna have to wrap things up. But I am going to continue. We'll get this field rolled and done. Other tractors have, well, the county is saying it's finished work, but this will be the second or third time I've restarted it on the stranger section of the field, so the little bit at the end. So that needs doing. I will go and refill the seeder and we'll finish field 12C with the soybeans. We are unfortunately not going to get field 6 planted this year. So that'll be a fallow field again for the second year. But it will be having wheat in it for the for next year. So we'll plant that with wheat next year, and that will then match up. Well, no, actually it'll be planted with, I need to work out my rotation, but yeah, it's whatever is missing. This year we're missing barley. Barley goes to canola, I think. So yeah, it's probably going to be a canola, which has a nice early planting window. So we'll get field 6 planted, make sure it is used next year. But yeah, we are just out of time for it this year. I'm just having a quick drive here down so that we can have a look at our fields. We have managed to seed as much as we were able. I did manage to get this field here, field 12C seeded. We've got some weeds coming through, but we're looking good. The sorghum is growing. We've got a bit of a problem in our other fields. You can see the weeds have been let to go a bit. We've not been able to get a weeder on them. And we're not able to get a weeder on any of these today because, as you can see, we are minus 844 pounds. So yeah, that's bad news. So what I need to do is we need to get a bit of money in. We've got pretty much everything done on our fields we can at the moment, but we do have some options for how we can get a bit of money in, and we also need to deal with field 6. So I'm gonna just park this in the shed over here. What we're gonna need to do then is some contracting work, and as I said, we've got a couple of options. This is our seeder here, and we kind of need to get something in field 6 as all of our planting windows have closed, as you can see down here. The only thing I can really think to do is put in oilseed radish. Oilseed radish will grow, and then what we can do is field 6 will be our second wheat field, and wheat we can plant in September. So we'll have 3 months where the oilseed radish can grow. We'll get some early fertilization, and it'll work out well for us. So that is going to be my first job today. I've turned off the manual attach. So don't quite know why it's telling me I cannot disconnect that. We will have to give that another try. Attach while folding is not allowed. Okay, let's unfold it then. And oh, actually no, I took the transport wheels off because the transport wheels yeah, I figured we'd do it like this. So let's see if we can start this and then fold it or unfold it. No, I think we're gonna have to abandon this seeder. I think we'll use it up. We'll get it cleared off. We want to unload the big bags because we're not going to need fertilizer for the oilseed radish. So let's open it up. Let's get all of these seeded. Let's get the let's use up the last of our seeds to get the oilseed radish done. We've got 1 bag in there, and then that will sort us for that. And then we can look at, well, I think we're going to look at doing a small contract to get us moving. And then after that, what we're going to look to do is take on probably the biggest contract on the map for silage. And hopefully that will then give us plenty of money to move forwards. We're also... Actually, we're in June. when is best price for our soybeans? We are getting there. We're over 2,000 at the moment. 2,042. Yeah, we're looking next month at selling the soybeans. So we're soon going to have a nice amount of money for us to go with. So yeah, this should be quite a lucrative couple of months for us, and we'll end up with a good finish going into this year's harvest. This is not the front section. This is for the rear section. There we go. Empty out the seeds, and we'll go and grab the other bag and get that in here as well. We're good as far as pig food goes as well at the moment. So what we'll look to do, oh wow, is to get the gardens set up as soon as we can. And as I said before, if we can get enough money in for a 4th tractor, we'll do that before the end of the year too. We might have to buy a couple of bags of pig feed because we're going to be in a position where they're kind of needed. Right, let's close that up. Like that. There is no variable seed rate for all seed radish, and we do not have to worry about fertilizer either. What I do have to worry about is getting this very wide seeder down the road without hitting any traffic. We've actually had a fairly clear road coming down here. I saw one car and it was going the same direction as me. So yeah, very, very happy with that actually. Now, this field is fully limed. It is ready to be seeded. And as I said, we'll prepare this for with oilseed radish. And that will then give us a head start come the end of the year. Let's drop this down then. We have, as I said, we have no variable application rate. And we have, we want to deactivate seed rate, but it makes no difference. This will just run, and that way we'll get a good load of oilseed radish in here, and get this done. Somebody did suggest in the comments to the last video that we could do grass in here and then do that for next year. I understand where you're coming from, but we don't really have any equipment to handle grass, and so my my thought very much was let's get OSR in here. Let's give this field a good head start, and then when it comes to it later in the year, what we can do is just use that and nicely come ahead with that. So yeah, that's the way we're going to go, and get the OSR in here. And we should have enough seeds left on the farm to do it. And then, as I said, I think we're going to look for an alternative seeder, because this one is failing us, to be honest. I think our failure to get all 6 of our arable fields planted this year are really boiled down to not having enough time. We had to cram everything into those first few months of the year, and that included preparing the fields with the lime and getting the cultivator over them, as well as getting the seeds in. And I think that is what's really made it difficult for us. This year it should be a lot easier, and part of that is getting field 6 ready now. It means that when we come to use the power harrow on all of our fields at the end of harvest, we can just run it straight over field 6 and have this field done and dusted, and then we'll be very, very quickly able to turn it around for the in order to get the winter wheat in here, and we'll have our two winter wheat fields done very quickly. That will be 12A along with this, I think. Have a quick look. Where do we currently have our spring barley? Because the plan is overall to be doing winter wheat and not spring barley. And yeah, there we go. So spring barley, that is in 12A. So it'll be 12A and field 6 for the winter wheat. Then, oh no, it won't be. It won't be. No, field 6. What are we missing? We are... So we're yeah, so it won't be the winter crop. It'll be a spring crop in here, which is actually even better for that. The winter wheat will actually probably be the canola field. This is actually gonna go. Yeah, this will be soybeans, I think. Oh no, this might be canola. Yeah, this will be canola. I think. I've got to absolutely work around, but I think it's going. I think I'm going barley, canola. No, barley, sorghum, canola. So this field here should be barley this year. It's going to eventually be sorghum next year. So it will be the latest to get planted. So there's going to be nearly an entire year that the oilseed radish has in here to grow, which is perfect. That will give us the maximum amount of fertilization we can from that, and will make a huge difference to this field. Now, you might wonder why we're doing the crops in that order, and it's basically timings. So in order to properly get the winter wheat in, we need to plant that after whichever of our 2 spring crops gets harvested first, and that is the canola. So by putting the winter wheat in after the canola, we'll still hit our window for that. The sorghum, however, can be harvested after the window has closed, seeding of the winter crop, of the winter wheat. So that gives us then slightly longer to get that harvested, and means we can then put a spring crop like canola in after it. And then, of course, the canola, that then leaves enough space for the winter wheat. And the winter wheat, the earliness of that getting harvested, what I'm actually thinking is that we can then plant this. We can plant some oilseed radish in after the winter wheat, get a nice bit of a head start on the sorghum as well. And yeah, if we have time over sort of in the winter period, that's probably a really good way to go. We're making really good progress on this field, and I think today is very much going to be all about field 6, making sure that this field is seeded. And do we need to roll it as well with these? Yes, so it does need rolling. I have no idea what effect that has on yield or on the level of our setup, but yeah, I think that is going to be needed to do today. So we'll grab the roller and get that up here. Again, we'll probably put that on the little Ford. That did so well on it last time that I'm really liking that as a setup. So we'll get the little Ford on here and get this field rolled as well. We'll have to take the rollers down the road, which is not ideal. Well, no, because my normal response would be, oh, let's lease some rollers and get them over here and leave them over this side. But we have minus £849, so that is not going to happen. And then what I want to do is tee up a couple of contracts, because as I was saying earlier, there's a couple in here which would be really good. Field 42, the biggest grass field on the map, comes with a really good setup. We could have a follow me with this and just blast through field 42. Now, there's a second one that would work quite well. We're looking for silage contracts, basically. There's a second one here, field 42, then field 32. we could do, and that would do great. And if we borrow the equipment on 32, it'll cost us £449 rather than 2,800 for the same equipment. So I think we want to do that. And then what we really want to do is find a small silage contract. So something maybe down. There must be something. So there we go. 4,700. So that would then clear stuff off. And if we got that as a silage contract, or even something a little bit larger, we should be all right. There we go. 12,000. We should be able to blast through that as well, and get money for that to allow us to do follow me on field 42. So yeah, I think we're going to pick up 3 silage contracts at the end of today, all done for tomorrow, and look at making a heap of cash from silage over the summer. I think we're going to have to ignore the weeds. We're not going to get to a state where we can use a weeder on them. I'll put it up to you guys. Do you think we should be able to use a spot sprayer with our setup on here? Is that too modern a setup? I'm not sure about it, and yeah, I want to get your feedback. Do you think we should use something as modern as a spot sprayer on here? If not, what we'll probably do this year is leave the weeds and buy a weeder for next year. Otherwise, we will we can get a spot sprayer and spray the weeds this year. I'm in two minds about it. I actually don't mind leaving the weeds if we can't deal with the weeds. That is a perfectly acceptable setup. And then next year we get something that allows us to deal with the weeds. Is absolutely fine with me. In around this end, line ourselves back up, and yeah. Otherwise, it's going to be quite cool going around, getting a lot of the silage done, a lot of silage bales done. What I should say is I've added the production revamp mod to the game. I spoke with GB Modding after the problem we had with the last silage contract we did, and yeah, GB tells me that it is a fault. It's a bug in the game. What you need to do is get the production revamp mod and use that, and that should solve the problem. So we are going to be testing that next time to see how well that works, and if it does, it's going to give us a whack load of money going into the harvest this year. In which case, I will be less worried about getting rid of the weeds compared to getting all of that cash injected into the farm, possibly even allowing us to buy another field. We're getting into the bottom corner of the field, and we've used impressively few seeds getting this field done with oilseed radish. Come on, drop down. There we go. So yeah, it's been good. We've had plenty to get it done. Obviously, we've not needed any fertilizer to do this either. So it's going to be a great way to use any excess seed we have in a given year to up that fertilizer. And in fact, between doing this and having a whole load of slurry, sorry, this should give us a quite good coverage without needing too much actual solid fertilizer, which is even better. To be able to keep down our fertilizer costs is going to be a massive boon. Right, let's get this headland done though. So should be 2 headlands here, 1 headland around the side back to the entrance of the field, and then 2 headlands at the entrance to the field, and that should cover everything. I think what we'll do is we'll go give this tractor and this seeder a wash, and then we'll go and then we'll take the jewels off this tractor so that we can come and roll this field. I don't know whether I don't know whether I'd leave the jewels on or not. Probably not, I think. I'm trying to think back to the days when we were on the farm and what we would have done then, and I can't really remember, unfortunately. So yeah, let us know in the comments. Would the jewels make more sense for rolling the field, or do you think we'd leave them off? Or, you know, to do that kind of job? Because I am intrigued, and of course I do want to get it right. Well, that is all the headlands done except for the last one here. Up to here. Reverse ourselves around. Get these two, and that will then finish things off. And yeah, that means that we have this field all ready with OSR, oilseed radish, as a good cover crop, and plenty of time for it to grow. As I said, it's going to have nearly a year to grow, so it's going to have plenty of opportunity to put lots of good nutrients in the soil, and the sorghum should be really nicely done for it. And it means that yeah, this is a window of opportunity for us for for what to do with the wheat, the winter wheat when we harvest it, because the winter wheat will harvest pretty early, and as a result we will be able to get the radish in, give the soil some rejuvenation with it, and yeah, set ourselves up for the next year really well. I'm quite excited, actually. This has opened up a whole window of opportunity I wasn't expecting to have with this. Right, I need to get this back to the farm. Hopefully we'll have as little trouble with the traffic heading back as we had on our way out here, and then we'll be able to come and get this rollered. But first, we need to get the remaining seed out of this and give both of these pieces of equipment a wash down. My biggest worry getting back is having a clear run over the bridge, and oh, that's gonna be tight. We're all right. One close call, but otherwise okay. Let's stop this here, unload. Yep, there's our bag of seeds out, and then we'll take this all over here and get this washed over here. That and as I said, I think we're gonna look at selling this seeder. It doesn't work properly. That's the biggest problem. I've got it hooked up to the tractor and I can't disconnect it easily. There is a way I can disconnect it. I can take it over to my workshop and alter it, customize it, and we'll customize it and put the transport stuff back on, and that should disconnect it from the tractor. But it is annoying that that seems to be the only way to disconnect this this seeder. It's very, very annoying, and in actual fact it's going to be a bit of a problem because, well, I think we might need to, yeah, we'll need to sort out the transport setup and everything, disconnect it from the tractor, and then use the transport setup to move it out of the way, because yeah, otherwise we just can't move it. Right, reverse it. Not a huge amount of fun to reverse either, but yeah, if we can bring this here. Nope, can't do it this way around. I need to maneuver it in such a way that the transport wheels are going to be able to be a way we can pull it away. So let's bring it here like so, and we should be able now pop into here. So problem is, like this, oh, it will disconnect. It has disconnected. I don't understand what changed. Anyway, yeah, let's alter this. We want to customize it. We want to put the transport. That won't cost us anything. Yep. Okay. I actually quite like, okay, it's got its transport wheels down. That's fine. let's take this. And, whoa, where'd that go? Yeah, it's a bit of a funky one. Like that. That would probably be the way to connect it and disconnect it if we didn't have that. And then the only tractor I've got available to me around this side is our little tractor here. So let's drop weight off the back. Whoa! And the weight off the front in the form of our big bag. Reverse this up, and I'm going to go and move that out of the way, because it's a 3-point hitch that. Our steeder has finally popped up into its position as it should. So connect that up, connect that up. Now I should be able to, yeah, there we go. Hold that. You know what? I think I'm going to hold on to this. I now have a way of getting this to work. And we can go with that. I can do that. It's annoying and it's not the best setup, but we can work with it. And it is the best seeder for us on here. So it is just annoying that we're going to have to run rings around to get it to work. So I've had a little bit of a clear up to put the extra seed and fertilizer bags away. We'll take this now and head into the shed with it and just drop it off. Because as I was saying, I think the best tractor for us to be doing the rolling with is actually our 7810, because it is our main work tractor on the farm. As I said, I want to spread the load on this tractor though a little bit, and I think a 7610 would be really good, or even something as low as a 6810. So we'll have a look. Right, we want to take the rear twins off and just go with standard tires for this next job. Yeah, wide tires would cost us $1.5 grand, and we don't have that. This will cost us nothing. So, yep, that is all good. Customize that. Yes, please. Right. And then with that done, what we need to do is just go and connect this up to our rollers. Oh, we're in neutral. There we go. And once we connect these up to our rollers, we can go and take them up to field 6. It is 20-4, so we'll see how quickly we can get around this. But yeah, this is a job I want to get done today, because it will just clear us out, ready to be able to do the whole load of silage contracts next time. So yeah, let's disconnect. No, wrong one. Disconnect. Fold that up, and then I should be able to just get these connected up and ready to go. So down to the field, and we got our rollers down here. I don't think the local council is going to be very happy with me, but disconnect that. What I'm going to do is just come round here and try and sort of maneuver myself. Actually, let's fold that back up so that second roller, yeah, like that. Now unfold this and see if we can back this into position and get these connected up. I think a single one of these rollers isn't too bad. They are, I mean, they do tend to maneuver fairly wildly because they are so close to the tractor, but not too bad. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go round, I think, and do a headland first, and then that's going to make things easier for us turning on the field afterwards when we need to. So yeah, and yeah, we're doing a decent speed. I just need to get into a lower gear so that we have a healthier number of revs. I think that'll do it. Yeah, 9 miles an hour around the field. We should have this done fairly quickly now. I've done a couple of headlands. We're now on to the main part of the field. It is working really well, this setup, and I think based on the fact that we were doing it with the little 2000 Ford 2000 before, with last time on field 1, and this is working quite well. I'm definitely thinking a 6810 or a 7610 would be perfect for the farm to sort of come in, do this kind of job, to do some of the smaller jobs and just take a little bit of the workload off this tractor, because we have over 15 hours on this tractor on this series now, which means that this tractor has been used pretty much every single video so far. So yeah, I want to take a little bit of strain off this tractor, make sure that this tractor is continues to be really functional and really useful to us on this farm, but at the same time make sure that we're not overloading it and doing too much work with it, because the problem we have with the county is, while the county is great and has the same sort of horsepower, it's not quite as good an all-rounder as this tractor, because it doesn't have that turning circle and has those big tires on it, which is yeah, it's not so great. A 7610, we could have it do the rolling, we could have it do weeding, we could have it doing lots of little jobs like that. It would be absolutely perfect for it. So yeah, that is definitely, the more I look at it, it's definitely an aim for us on the farm. We're coming to the last few rows in this corner, and yeah, it's been fairly unremarkable, the rolling on here. It has gone through and done the job that we needed it to, which is great, because this field now should be as prepared as it can be for next year. I mean, this is the remarkable thing. I'm now realizing that, yeah, this field is not going to be touched again until about May next year. Maybe slightly earlier. We might be able to get the sorghum in April if we're lucky. But yeah, we're not looking at doing anything more on this field now until next May, April, May time. And in fact, the interesting thing about these fields is that we don't really have much to do on our farm itself now until harvest starts in a couple of months' time. That means we have the perfect opportunity to go and earn quite a bit of cash from the very, very large number of baling and silage contracts are on. We'll be able to test out the new production revamp, see if that has fixed the issue that we had last time. Hopefully it has, because I would like to boost our income quite a bit. We might even be able to finally buy the fishery, which would be perfect. We want to get that. That is going to offset our monthly costs quite well. So yeah, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to leave these rollers here. So let's just connect that. And then we're going to take this tractor back up to the farm. Before we do that, though, what I want to do is just pop into here. We are going to accept the contract on field 42. We are going to borrow the items for field 32. And then I just need to find a quick little silage contract. Something that is not too expensive. Tedder. No, that's a little too low. So what have we got? That is a wrap it for silage bales. So that's 10,000. That's slightly less than the one at the top. Yeah, I think we might take that one. Field 31. How big is that field? Let's have a quick look. Field 31 is... We've got 42, 30, 32, 31, actually, I think is a great one for us to take. So we'll take 31. We'll do 31, complete it 32 and 42, and yeah, make a whole load of money off those. So let's pop back here. 31, we will accept the contract for that as well. So we can tell which is our least one, which is 32. We'll do 31, get the money in from that, and then we can go and hit 42 and 32 with the follow me mod. And yeah, I don't think think 35 might be a good one to take. After we've got 31 done, we can do 35 and get silage off that as well. And yeah, just make a whole host of money. We've got quite a lot of grass work to do. There's not much to do on our farm itself, and we are 2,897 in the red. So we're going to park the landy over here. And yeah, we've got a lot of equipment to do grass work out. So we've got a Fendt 930 Vario. We've got the nice big M450 mower. We've got the Vermeer ZR5 1200. I've been wanting to use this for a while. And then we've got the bale wrapper behind it. And then finally, right the way around here, we have got this, which is the bale stacker. So we've got a fairly simplistic setup, which is great. We're going to be using this across 3 fields, field 31, field 32, field 31, field 32, and field 42, because we have 3 contracts available in here. Now, if I put the details on, we're leasing this from field 32, so that is the one we don't want to do first, or second, in fact, because we want to use this equipment on field 42. So we're going to use it on field 31 first. Now, something I should point out, somebody mentioned in the comments that we've got a lot of haymaking contracts here, and it would actually be worth it to just do the haymaking contracts and then but with this equipment and then sell the bales. I'm not going to do that because I'm trying to keep it to the contracts that that match. So I'd only do bale wrapping and silage bale contracts with this. But I see what they're saying. The amount we'd make from the silage bales, just straight up selling them, would be more than it would cost us in the hay contract. To me, that's a little bit of a cheat, so I'm not going to do it that way. Right, we need to get this equipment down to the field. Now, the reason why we're doing field 31 first ahead of field 42, which of course is the bigger one, is that we need some money. I want to get this all running as a follow me, and we'll sort it all out as follow me. But we got to get a field out of the way first. Field 31 should give us enough money to then set up follow me and keep going. I think this is going to happen over a couple of days. We've not got any crops that are near to being ready, and we don't have anything actually to do on them at the moment. What we are going to need to do is take a look at the pigs. That is because if we have a look at our animals, the pigs still have feed and are doing fairly well, but we need to get the feed process set up for them, and that is going to be getting some gardens set up, getting them producing crops that we can then feed to the pigs. And the way we're going to fund those gardens is from selling our crops in our main fields. So the idea is that we're not going to be buying pig food directly. Instead, we're going to be getting bits of crop from the gardens and then using those to feed the pigs. Coming up on our right, or on our left, sorry, that is field 42. It is a massive, massive grass field. And it is going to be worth an absolute fortune to us to do a silage bale contract on there. But it is going to take a while. I know a few people have said it, takes a really, really long time to get that done. So, yeah, we're going to do that as efficiently as we can. We need money to do that as efficiently as we can. So we will keep on going up to field 31 and get that done first. Now, there is one possible fly in the ointment here, and that is that all of this is going to Attingham livestock services. So it's quite possible we'll cut and work field 31 and find that it goes and delivers everything to field 32, which would be very, very annoying. Now, interestingly, telling exactly where these two fields are separated is not the easiest of things, but we should be okay. We will unfold this. We could cut both these fields and do them at the same time, to be honest. But that is, as I said, that's not really what I want to do. We've got wide spreading as our work mode. Let's change the work mode then. How do we do that? There we go. Swath dropping, left swath, right swath. Yeah, swath dropping is what we want. We want to turn this on. It is very tempting just to cut both these fields as one giant thing, and might be worth doing, actually. As I said, though, we can't complete field 32 straight off, but what we might be able to do is at least get some of the way to doing 42, maybe, if it comes out. Well, let's see how it goes. The worst case scenario here is that field 31 is the last one that gets completed by this, and if that happens, that is gonna put a big crimp on what we're doing here today. So we're actually motoring through field 31 very quickly, not having any issues at all getting this done with this piece of kit, which isn't surprising because this is a fairly large piece of kit. It's actually been it was actually the kit for field 32, as I said earlier, and the thing is that field 32 isn't that much bigger than field 31, but it seemed to get a much larger set of kit. The advantage of getting it from field 32 as we did is that it was a lot cheaper than the same equipment on field 42. So that is why we've got it on field 32 for this. Hopefully it's going to pay off. We're going to do field 32 now as well. I'm going to go around and do a second headland. This is because I discovered doing the headland for field 31 that I really need 2 headlands. Without 2 headlands, it gets very difficult to turn with the hedges here. So I'm going to go around, do a second headland. While we're up here, we'll get all of this cut, baled and wrapped. And then all we have to worry about later is collecting and delivering, depending on which field gets done first. And I'm really hoping still that it's field 31 that is going to have its bales delivered first. Otherwise, yeah, this is gonna get messy, because we'll have to we'll have to complete whichever one it is and hope it's not. Well, 32 would mean we lose all the equipment, so we'd have to do everything before we'd have to cut everything and complete all the contracts before we could complete that one, in which case 31 will happen first anyway. Or 42 is going to take a lot more work of us running solo like this. So yeah, we're going to see how this shapes in a bit, but it could still be a very messy set of contracts, this. I do very much like doing silage baling contracts. They are a lot easier than the hay ones. You almost always can work out a way of skipping the step of windrowing, and you can get very simple setups, like we've got here with this mower and baler and wrapper. You know, 4 steps rather than 5 or possibly even 6 in some cases is just great. And you can cut this down even further. I mean, you could you get something like a fast bale, so a baler wrapper combo. You can run this, then just a tractor with a wrapper baler, and then collect them up. So it can be really, really quick to do this kind of contract if you've got the right setup. So yeah, I'm quite happy with what we're doing today, and plus I get to try out the Vermeer, which is not something I've had a chance to have a go with yet. So we'll see how well and how nicely that works. From a follow me perspective, that Vermeer baler should work brilliantly. Should be absolutely perfect for the job. And we might even try and put one of our tractors on the wrapper, because if we can do that, what we should be able to do then is get that Fent running the bale stacker. And that means that we can just have everything following me around the field while I'm using this to cut field 42. If everything works out and we can get some money in, it's all dependent on whether we're going to be able to complete one of these before we start on field 42. Right, that is these 2 fields cut. I'm going to go and park this at field 42, and then we'll head back down here with the baler and get started on getting this all baled up. Back up the field with the baler, and I'm not going to quite start us off baling here. I'm going to start it off in field 30. Actually, we want to start... Oh, it's a bit weird the way I've cut this. We'll start here where we originally started. So turn this on, drop it down, and is that drop down? Is that baling? Yes, no. Oh, there's no indicator as to whether something is dropped down. Why are you going backwards? Right, there we go. So is that collecting bales? No, so that's not down at the moment. There's no way, without having the menu up, of getting it to work out. Oh, wow. This is a little bit odd to control. So, yeah, it's doing strange things. Let's turn it off. Let's get ourselves repositioned. It doesn't seem to want to move. Right, okay. If you turn the... Okay, so it doesn't react well to having the wheel turned a long way. Let's see if we can't straighten things out. See, now I don't know why it's doing that. Right, let's stop this. Reverse properly. Okay, and go forwards. Right. So start it up. And okay, and put it down. Collect bales. I think the trick is not to turn too far, and reversing it is not something that works very well. It seems to be, because it's got these wheels on the front, oh god, that it doesn't overly like doing that. But we are going to have to do some reversing up in order to drop bales out. And that is a tiny, tiny bale. So let's up the size of these bales. Can we, with what we've got? I don't know if it shows that stuff under leased. Let's just pop back to here. So enter that. And what do we got here? We have, it is the Cavernaland wrapper. What size bales will this Cavernaland wrapper wrap? Up to 150s. Okay. So, if we head back to our baler, we want to do 150 bales. And because they're slightly bigger, it will take fewer of them to complete the contract. And that will mean that we have to stop less often too. So that is the way to go. 150 centimeter bales. We'll wrap those, and then what we can do is have fewer trips, although that 125 is going to be a pain because we're not going to be able to get that onto the trailer. It's going to end up having to be transported separately, I think. I think the trick with this baler is not to try and turn as you go backwards or change direction. Sorry. So as long as you're going straight, you shouldn't have an issue with reversing up, dropping it off like so, and then going forwards again once it's cleared. It's also very late on telling you that it's complete. That is a weird one because it goes so fast and fills so quickly. You do end up having to keep a really close eye on when it does. In fact, yeah, it doesn't start beeping until about 95% full, at which point you're having to slam on the brakes to avoid getting that little bit of overshoots. And even then, I'm still overshooting. Doesn't have a very wide pickup is the other thing. I'm finding that, especially on the corners, I'm missing stuff. And yeah, it's a weird piece of kit, this. Fairly expensive and a little bit odd to use. But I think I'll probably get used to it by the time I am... no, I don't want to go revert. That's weird. It seems to want to reverse. I'm not even turning the wheel at the moment. Or actually, I had the wheel slightly turned. It was the tiniest bit. That is so odd. I had my wheel just fractionally off center, and that was enough for it to go a little bit strange on me. Yeah, a little bit weird that. I don't quite know how to handle that. But yeah, you can see in the corner now, I'm trying to get this to collect as much as possible. And it's a little bit strange. Reverse this up. Even there, I'm reversing and turning. I think it's purely the change of direction. You need to be able to change direction. Switch these front wheels. These are very odd front wheels round. So they're then going, so they're then sorted for the right direction. And then you want to be doing your turning. Oh, this is where this is going to be fun. It backs off so that you can unload automatically. I'm not trying to back off to unload. That's the weird thing. I'm trying to get this last little bit. Yeah. It just wants to back off all the time when it's full. Right. And then when I want it to, it won't do it. Oh, this is infuriating. What is going on with the forward and reverse on this? It's really, really weird. We'll have a play around with it, I think, and we'll see whether this weirdness continues further around the field. But I don't know if that's an automatic feature or just something odd that's going on. But yeah, it wants to back off a lot and is not great in the corners. This is a really weird thing to drive. It's infuriatingly difficult. It gets stuck going backwards all the time, and I cannot find any rhyme or reason for doing it. It's weird. It's not like I'm turning the wheels really sharply or anything like that. It just seems to get stuck going backwards, which is odd. I've taken to creeping up the last few inches for unloading, getting it to unload, and then I don't have to worry about going backwards or forwards or anything like that. So when I put my foot on the accelerator again, We should just go and it'll be fine. But it's just really, really weird piece of equipment to drive this. I will get the hang of it. I'll get a way of doing it. But yeah, if you put your foot on the brake and stop, quite often, more often than not, you end up going backwards. And I don't know if that's some issue with the shuttle or something like that, but it's, yeah. It just wants to drive you backwards. And the front wheels are not driving wheels. That's the weird thing about it. They are just, they just turn it. And, yeah, it's an actual drive issue going backwards. So yeah, there seems to be little rhyme or reason to why the sudden reversing keeps happening. I can go forwards and then I get, yeah. So now I basically just have to let it get this out of its system, which I think it's done. And then hopefully we don't end up backing into, yeah. So it eventually, no, it doesn't. Look at that. Why? Why does this want to go backwards all the time? Nothing I do can change this. Forwards or backwards, it just rides up like this. And it's very, very odd. Turn it off, lift it up, see if that sorts anything. Does seem to be four-wheel drive. But yeah, the only way I seem to have sorted to fix it is to send the whole, turn everything off. And then that seems to reset things. I'm wondering if our pickup is doing something weird. Whether it's something to do with that, because it does quite often happen with that. But it's, yeah. Yeah, I can't lift the pickup while it's trying to unload. Which is a very odd thing. So unload that. Lift. And it has lifted it. Okay. Close up. And go forwards. Yeah. It's a weird piece of kit to use. It doesn't quite work as well as I'd hoped. I don't know if it's something that's happening with my setup, which is always possible. But yeah, it's one of the bits I like the most from the DLC, but at the same time, it's not a great selling point for it right now, because it's not working as I would like. Although, you know what? I'm lifting the pickup now when I come to reverse to empty. And I think a little more testing and I might be able to say that's the solution. Round and round and round we go. That absolutely was not the solution. I don't know why I can't get this to go forwards. It is now stuck in reverse. For whatever reason. Yeah, this should not be possible. This should not be something that happens with equipment. It's got very, very buggy. There's nothing in here that says anything about lift pickup. Is that lifting the pickup has sorted it? Yeah. Don't know. I really don't know at this point. It's just I'm at a complete loss because it happens when you stop to go into reverse. And yeah, like that. All I've done is put my foot on the brake. Why is that doing that? Why is it having this issue going forwards? Lift the pickup. Turn it off. Nope. Seems to have no effect whatsoever. So I have found one surefire way of getting it to stop reversing. And I don't know whether... Yeah, okay, so it's doing it now. Turn the engine off. Just the moment it starts doing it, cut the engine. Start it up again. Oh, no, it was surefire. up until just now. Right. Have we unloaded the bale? Yes. Let's turn everything on. Yeah. So the only way I've found to stop myself going backwards when I don't want to. But it's about to start doing it again. This is just the weirdest problem. Okay. There is no way I can stop this doing this. This was working a moment ago. No, we're still trying to go into reverse. This is busted. Oh, I do not know why this will not work properly. Forwards, away, turn on, drop down, and try and get the rest of the bales out of this field. I'm hoping on follow me it will work better, but as something I can use myself, it is not working at the moment, this piece of kit. Well, after having taken my foot off the accelerator, the baler coming to a standstill and then immediately going into reverse, I found one surefire way to prevent this problem from happening. Basically, I am just not stopping going forwards. I am turning out of the row, dropping the bale off and coming back. It's the only way I can keep the whole thing just running steadily and us getting all of these bales finished and properly baled up today. It is annoying because it's not exactly the most realistic way of doing this. But at this point, I've got little other choice. And let us know in the comments, have you come across any issue like this with the same baler? I'm unsure as to exactly how a problem like this has got through for so long, and I wouldn't have heard about it by now. I mean, that is to me a weird thing, because this seems to be a fairly big problem that I haven't heard anybody else encounter, which does make me think it might be something I'm running on here. But yeah. Right, let's finish this field off though. We have a way that isn't frustrating the hell out of me and causing me to go, why? And so we should have fairly smooth sailing through the rest of this field. We're on to the final couple of short rows. We will get these cleared up and done. This new system, yeah, is working pretty well. Turn out, drop bale off, close up as we turn back. And yes, it does put a lot more journey on, but it does at least mean that we are not running into this problem with the reversing. As I said, I don't know what's causing it. If you have encountered it and do know anything and can point me in the right direction, please let us know in the comments. But it is very, very odd, this issue. And I don't know what to do about it. We have 76% left in here. There's probably enough to go and collect a few spots around here, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get another bale at that amount. Let's get that back down. Yeah, you can see the bits where the corners were a bit more difficult to do. But there's not a huge amount of grass left around here. I think we managed to clear most of it up. All in all, though, it's been a productive, if frustrating, day. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with this when we come to do the whole thing on Follow Me. But this is these two fields fully baled up and cut, or cut and baled up. And now I'm going to get this down to field 42. We are going to be finishing off, well, the two fields here. So field 31 and 32, we need to get all of the silage bales wrapped here and delivered. Because as you can see, we are getting deeper and deeper into the red. Incredibly, though, today is a perfect storm. So we've got this to do. We need to get these bales done and wrapped. On top of that, though, the price for our soybeans has peaked. It's sitting at 2,141. You can see it's just beginning to drop. Now, we're expecting a big drop into next month. So we've got to get our soybeans done today. The trouble we have is we have no way of loading them at the moment. So as we can't actually load them and get them done, we've got to complete this contract first before we can do that, which is slightly annoying. So we're going to be getting that done. On top of that, in the shop, this has come up. It is a New Holland 8340, 125 horsepower, perfect for the 4th tractor that we want for the farm. And we don't have the money to buy it yet. So the hope is that we're going to earn enough money from doing some bales to sort out the soybeans and get that tractor. But we're going to have to see how we go. Certainly we should get enough to sort the soybeans. Then if we can sell the soybeans, we should have enough to buy the tractor. That's if the tractor's still there. So, question is, at the end of this video, are we going to have sold the soybeans and have a new tractor? Or is everything going to implode? Well, you'll have to stay tuned and find out. We have a lot of bales on these fields. It's looking fairly good for completing contracts. What worries me is if we get field 42 and 31 completing ahead of 32. 32 is the one we need to complete in order to start getting cash in. Without 32, we can't set the mower doing 42, and we can't actually get the loading equipment we need for the soybeans. Ideally, what we want is to get a conveyor belt to do the soybeans. If we can do that, we're going to have a much easier time of it. But if we have to do it with a bucket on front of the little Ford, we can. My biggest worry about that is that it's not going to reach. So yeah, we could get a bucket for that and it not reach, and that just be horrible, and we've got no other use for the bucket. So I'm very much thinking I want to hire a set of conveyor belts to load that up, and with any luck that will work. So we'll see how that goes. All in all, though, it's one of those days where we're just trying to get stuff done as quickly as possible. Get this field all wrapped up, I think, and we'll then worry about field 31 getting wrapped once we have got some deliveries going and we know exactly where we stand. It's gonna be one of those things where things start to come clear the moment we deliver our first set of bales from this field to the sell points. We've got a 1 in 3 chance that the right field will have these bales put against them. So we'll see how it goes. But it could still go so horribly wrong. And I'm hoping it's not going to. Coming up to our final bale that we need to wrap on field 32. Actually, no, this is field 31. Final bale we need to wrap on field 31. These are all going. I've got all confused now. Which one is it that we need to complete? We need to complete details on field 31 to complete. We're hoping field 31 will complete, not field 32. Field 32 completes, we have got a problem. So, yeah. Field 31, the one that we are currently wrapping. We want this field to complete. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this over here and stop there. And just let that roll in. And we're going to pop up to the farm and the shop. and go and grab ourselves the stacker. So rather than having to drive all the way back, I decided to hold on to the fence here so that we would be able to come and use it to pick bales up. It's faster than our other one as well. Faster than our little Ford 7810. So we should be able to go round, get bales picked up fairly quickly. I've got to avoid the odd-shaped or the smaller bale that we mistakenly made first. I think it's the one over by the... yes, it's the one that's sitting over here by the hedge. Actually, on the next kink. This one should be fine. But, yeah, that one there, right in front of us in the middle of the screen right now, that is smaller than all the others. So that's going to have to remain on here and be pretty much the last bale we take. Oh, there we go. That was close. And then we should be okay. We've got 20... I think we worked out last time that this actually takes 28 bales, which is twice the amount I thought it did. So I thought it took 14 when we did the smaller field. But nope, turns out it takes a lot more than that. And we should be good. So we'll get all of the bales collected up here on field 31. And we'll take them down to the sell point and see if we actually end up with completing field 31, which is the best case scenario for what we're trying to do here this morning. So actually it's 24 bales. We need to get the last two on here. One and just this one. There we go. So full bale trailer, 24 bales. Should be enough to complete this field. So let's fold that back up, hit the road and head down to the animal market. And fingers crossed, this is going to complete field 31. And arriving at the animal market, yeah, Attingham Livestock Services. We want to deliver these bales to here. And we learnt from our last time we did this, we need to have this bale trailer well inside this sell point in order for it to actually unload all the bales in the right place. So we'll back right in. We'll make sure the bale trailer is well inside. So I'm going to put my wheels on the crate this time. And we'll unload this. And so fingers crossed, everybody, this is going to do field 31. If it doesn't, we've got a much bigger hill to climb today. And no! Of all the contracts it could complete, it completes field 32. And then the second set of bales have gone for field 42. That's disastrous. Field 32 is the worst field that could have completed, next to field 42. So, right, we have to come up with a second plan because we need to get the rest of the bales off field 32 for a start. So we need to get those all wrapped up and delivered. The fact that it's then doing field 42 before we've cut even a blade of grass on it is fairly awful as well. I don't know how we're going to do this now and do everything. It's a little bit of a disaster. However, I have an idea and we'll see what we can do. Okay, so I've had a thought about this. We will get the rest of these bales off this field here. And complete, well, all of the wrapping we need to do. Let's drop that bale off there. And then I think I'm going to go and look and see if there's another contract we can pick up. So let's have a look in here quickly. Baling contracts, we are looking for a silage bale contract. So that would be a silage bale contract we could use. That would do it. That is Tedder. I need something that is silage. No, that's not going to be a good silage contract to get. Neither is that. That's Tedder. Tedder. Silage bales, but we know that setup doesn't work at all. And that is dry it with a Tedder. Oh, that would be a good setup for what we want to do. It would cost 1,400. So the only real Tedder setups we've got, or sorry, the only real silage bale setup we've got is this one here. It wouldn't cost too much. We get 2 tractors with it, and it does have that fairly awful one there. But if that's the crosscut, we should be able to do it. So, yeah, we might have to take on the contract on field 4 and use that equipment and complete field 32 to get us the extra. It's not ideal. I would like to have got all of the contracts done together, but at the moment I see no way for us to get extra money in without completing the contract on field 42 as well, which is annoying. Well, we can. Do you know what? We can actually partially complete the contract on field 42. We just need enough bales to finish field 31. It basically means, I think that the trouble we have is it basically means we are not going to be able to get that tractor. That 8340 will not be there all day. I think it actually turned up during the previous game day, and as a result, yeah, we just can't. We just have no way of getting the money together for that. We'd have to sell the soybeans to do it, and it's just not possible. Final bale to wrap. That is the whole of field 32 done. We want to get these collected up and delivered. I want to go and drop this tractor and wrapper off down at field 42 first, though, because yeah, that's where we're gonna have to go and work next. It has just turned midday, so the hope is that we are going to be able to smash through field 42 today, and we'll see where we end up after that. Oh, it's heart-wrenching to be so close and yet so far. We've got more bales on here than will fit on a single trailer, which is good news. But we are going to have to pop back here and grab those last, well, I say last 4. That'll take 2 trips because one of them is that smaller sized bale. However, we do have a good number of bales off here now. That's 48, 49, 50, 52 bales in total off that field. That's off those 2 fields. That's really good. I don't know how close this is going to get to finishing field 42. It certainly is going to get nowhere near finishing field 31. One thing that's for certain is by the time we finished field 42 on here, we are going to be rolling in money. The fact that we are able to sell, so we're going to be able to sell majority of what is on field 42 is just insane. It's not going to take much to finish field 31, so that's the thing. It is just going to be a massive profit of 42. It's probably enough to buy an 8340 outright. But yeah, look at this. We are already up to 30% of field 42 completed. Yeah, 35%. So we're more than a third of the way through field 42, what we need to deliver for it. So from that point of view, it's a little bit of a silver lining, and we still have bales to go and pick up off that field. So I'm going to go and grab those. We're then going to head down to field 42 and start doing some mowing, I think. So I popped back to field 32, picked up 3 bales, and we've headed down to field 42 where I've got the rest of my equipment, and we can start doing some mowing. Turn that off. As I thought, the smaller bale would not go on there with the bale loader, would not go on the bale loader with the larger ones already on there. So there's that. I had a lot of comments about what's happening with this, and it seems to be with to do with the stop-go braking. And if you're using a keyboard or controller, it seems to work fine. It tends to be when you use a wheel and you're using shifting gears and things. It tends to have an issue around that. So just to be warned, if you're using a wheel with the Vermeer baler, self-propelled baler, it can be a little bit of a pain, as we found out last video, and you might need to maybe adjust your gearing settings. I think we might have a go with that and adjusting the gearing settings on it when we come to use it on here in a bit. First though, we've got this very large field, and I was so hoping to do follow me on this and make this job a lot easier on ourselves, but unfortunately it's not to be. And if we're going to get these contracts completed, it's going to be a actually I'm going to start the other way around because it'll make more sense. It's going to be a contract that we end up doing completely manually ourselves, and then we won't make this mistake again, and make sure that next time we end up doing a field first to get ourselves with the right setup. So turn it all on, drop it down, and away we go once again. Cutting this field actually isn't going to take that long. We are about a quarter of the way around our second headland, and yeah, it's going quick. It's one of the reasons why I really like this mower. The downside is that we have to use that baler in a moment, and that is what is going to take the time. That is what is gonna cost us, in fact, the time to get that done. And why I was hoping to be able to put it on follow me, because, you know, not losing the time to that would have been really useful. But that is not the way things have gone, and we are just basically gonna try and relax and work our way through this, get done what we get done today, and if we end up having to sell our soybeans at a slightly lower amount next game day, well, that's the way it goes. I mean, that's how things work. I'm having wonderful trouble in cab trying to keep exactly where I should be on this. I think we might use the GPS going up and down the field, and make sure that we get some nice straight lines for that final or for the rest of this. As I said though, it is nice and quick, this piece of kit, and is giving us a fairly easy ride of it for this. In fact, no, I'll set up the GPS in a minute once we come back, but I think this is a fairly good line at sort of 211 degrees to go down the side of the field here. So yeah, we can straighten things up along those sort of lines, and head down here for that. I think though you should get this field baled today. It's about as much work as it was for 31 and 32. It is just going to be that we're going to have to circle around with that baler all the time to try and get the bales dropped off without having to do all the really difficult reversing maneuvers that Vermeer baler doesn't like when you're using a wheel. So with the headlands done, we're going to try and line ourselves up to 31 degrees. Should be about right. So there. Actually, easiest way to do this
is to bring up my menu here, and we will set this to A+ heading. We'll do that. Our heading is 31 degrees. That looks about right, but is missing out a section at the edge. So let's send that all the way out to there. That means there'll be a little bit of overlap on this first row, but otherwise we should be good. Head ourselves straight, and yeah, away we go. Oh no, turn it on, drop it down, and yeah, there we go. Waiting for the rear ones to drop, and off. And this should give us... Oh no, it is just going to miss a little bit of that bulge, but that's okay. We've missed about the same going around other parts of the headland. With GPS working, it's a nice, calm, easy mow now, which is quite good. It is coming up to 5 PM though, which is going to make it very hard for us to complete any of this today. I think we're probably going to be selling off the soybeans next time. As much as that pains me, I would really love to have sorted all of that out. How about on in the shop? It's still there. I doubt it's going to be there tomorrow, but yeah, it's still there at the moment. There's an outside chance it could remain long enough for us to buy it. But at the moment, certainly, we are not in a position where that will be the case. Set that up. Do that and go forwards and down and set our cruise control going again. I'm going to drop the cruise control down to about the 14-15 miles an hour we're doing. Yeah, and then at the ends we should be able to turn fairly smoothly, get ourselves back on our line, and cut through the rest of this. I think I was going to say I think I'm about halfway through the field, but yeah, no, not quite. This field has quite a big bulge out to the left-hand side of where we are at the moment. It's quite disconcerting or quite misleading. Because you look at this side here and you think, oh, wow, we've got quite a long way across. And you look at the end and go, oh, we're not far from the end. And then it just sort of bulges out over that way and almost doubles the size of the field. It's, yeah, it's really misleading. But we are a good way through it. We're nearly halfway through the contract overall. We're at 43% as it stands at the moment. And yeah, I'm not expecting that to get really above 50% with us doing the mowing. And until we start delivering some more bales, I don't think we're going to get really more than about 50%. But we are making good progress. It is getting later in the evening though. So we'll see how much longer the sunlight lasts. In July, we maybe have another hour of mowing that we can do today. It is coming up to 7 o'clock and we have completed the main part, well, the bit that's sort of non-bulgy on this field. And yeah, we've made good progress. We've not made as much progress as I would have liked today. But we have made some good progress. As far as our tractor goes, it is still sitting there. It may still be sitting there tomorrow. We will have to see. I doubt it. I think the 8340 may be beyond our grasp. But we are not a million miles away from a massive payday, so it may not matter anyway. All in all, though, I think this is where we're going to leave it for today as we hit 7 in the evening. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.